Labdien, dāmas un kungi, klātesošie tiešsaistē, klātesošie šeit zālē. Esiet sveicināti gada laikā, ko mēs saucam par pavasari. Un, jau ir tas brīdis, kad tas ir absolūti nenovēršams. Un, ja pat ziema vēl vismaz šodien izrāda kādu pretsparu pavasarim, tad mēs jau esam sākuši pielāgoties jauniem apstākļiem ar apģērbu, ar vēl visu ko. Un arī pasaulē šobrīd mēs novērojam milzīgas pārmaiņas, kam ir jāpielāgojas ģeopolitiski, tehnoloģiski, dažādi citādi. Un arī mums daudziem šeit ir ne tikai vēlēšanās pielāgoties, bet bieži vien mēs esam spiesti šobrīd pielāgoties daudz kam jaunam. Daudzreiz arī ar prieku un ar tādu patīkamu izaicinājumu sajūtu. Un es domāju, tas būs tas, kas mūs šeit šodien arī pavadīs, šī fona sajūta. Un runāsim, protams, mēs, kā jau visi klātesošie to saprot, tieši vairāk par tehnoloģiju pusi un par vienu no ievērojamākajiem lēcieniem, ko mēs šobrīd novērojam pasaulē tehnoloģiskajā un ne tikai krietni plašākā nozīmē. Tas ir mūsu attiecības ar mākslīgo intelektu un tā straujā attīstība. Tieši tāpēc Latvijas Universitāte ir aicinājusi jūs, Latvijas uzņēmumu vadītājus, arī personāla vadības speciālistus un arī darbiniekus uz konferenci Cilvēkvērtība un mākslīgais intelekts, kur satiekas cilvēks un tehnoloģijas. Lai tad kopā ar vietējiem un arī pasaulē atzītiem speciālistiem un ekspertiem runātu par mākslīgā intelekta ietekmi uz darba, tirgu, uzņēmējdarbību, digitālo prasmju attīstību un lai dalītos arī pilnīgi reālā, augsta līmeņa, tā skaitā pieredzē un parādītu arī iespējas, kā reāli attīstīt digitālās prasmes. Tieši tāpēc arī šīs dienas konferencei Latvijas Universitātes konferences vieniem no rīkotājiem Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveides akadēmijai ir gods un prieks atklāt pusotru gadu ilgu projektu Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālo prasmju ceļvedis. Par to mēs vēl diezgan daudz šodien dzirdēsim. Tas ir projekts, kas dos iespēju Latvijas uzņēmumu darbiniekiem saņemt no 50 līdz pat 70% līdzfinansējumu darbinieku digitālo prasmju apguvēja. Tas tiek īstenots ar Eiropas Savienības atveseļošanās fonda atbalstu. Un tieši tāpēc arī īpaša pateicība par sadarbību kopā šajā projektā un arī attiecībā uz šo konferenci gan Eiropas komisijai, gan arī ekonomikas ministrijai. Paldies par to, ka jūs arī saredzat šo virzienu Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālo transformāciju kā prioritāru, kā stratēģiski svarīgu, lai mūsu valsts plauktu un ietu roku rokā ar pārējo pasauli. Īsumā par darba kārtību un arī citu tādu praktisku noderīgu informāciju. Mums ir diezgan gara diena priekšā, tāpēc es mēģināšu sakoncentrēt tās lietas, ko jūs varēsiet lietot un izmantot šīs dienas laikā. Programma mums ir apjomīga. Un darbosimies 3 daļās ar 2 pārtraukumiem, pa vidu arī tīklošanās iespējas, arī pēc tam beigās. Un dienai vajadzētu būt pieveiktai līdz 6:00. Tas būtu brīdis, kad varbūt jau pēdējie ir devušies projām. Konferences pirmajā daļā tās saturiski tīri mēs iepazīsimies gan ar Eiropas Savienības iniciatīvām uzņēmumu digitalizācijai un mūža izglītībai, gan arī uzzināsim vairāk par atbalstu Latvijas uzņēmumu darbinieku digitālo prasmju pilnveidei. Tad vēl arī par pasaules tendencēm, darbinieku apmācībām, protams, arī par pašu projektu uzņēmumu digitālo prasmju attīstību un Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālo prasmju ceļvedi. Ievadīsim šajā stāstā un pievērsīsimies arī ar mītiem un realitātei mākslīgā intelekta pasaulē. Spriedīsim par to, kā tad homo sapiens pielāgojas mākslīgiem intelektam un kurš šajā saskarsmē var atrast panākumu atslēgas un kā uzvarēt šajā visā mijiedarbībā. Un būs vēl arī 2. un 3. daļa, to programmu neizklāstījuši šobrīd. Jums noteikti arī pie rokas ir un esat iepazinušies pirms nākat, bet īpašu uzmanību tieši 3. daļā gribētu vienam punktam veltīt. Tā būs pēdējā prezentācija, kurā sniegsim tad arī tādu ļoti praktisku ieskatu tajā, kā jūs katrs reāli varat iesaistīties šajā projektā Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālo prasmju ceļvedis. Līdz 6:00 mums visiem būtu jātiek skaidrībā ar visu, ko mēs esam vēlējušies, tikt arī tīklojoties. Bet, ja vēl organizatoriski, tad noteikti vēl šobrīd var pagūt aizsūtīt kādam, ko jūs uzskatāt, ka būtu vērts sekot šai konferencē līdzi arī YouTube un Facebook iespēju skatīties tiešsaistē. Tur ir izvēles iespēja katrā no šiem kanāliem arī skatīties ar tulkojumu latviešu valodā vai oriģinālu valodā, kas ik pa laikam mums būs angļu valoda. Tie, kur jūtas drošāk attiecībā uz to, ka vajadzētu tomēr iztulkot latviešu valodā to, kas šeit skanēs angliski, ārā jau redzēja un droši var arī tagad paņemt tulkojumās kastītes. Tur pirmais kanāls ir latviešu valodas kanāls, citu kanālu arī tur nebūs arī sarežģīti sajaukt. Lūdzam arī pēc tam atdot to visu. Un, ja jūs arī esat aicināti interaktīvi piedalīties šī pasākuma satura veidošanā, tādā nozīmē, ka jūs varat uzdot arī savus jautājumus, izteikt arī savu atbalstu, komplimentu, pateicības, un tieši tāpēc jums katram uz kartiņas ir QR kodi, un tie ir 2. Šajā gadījumā es runāju par augšējo, un to ieskanējot jūs dosieties uz 4 šīs dienas atslēgas runātāju profiliem LinkedInā, un tad zem katra no tiem attiecīgi jūs varat arī ierakstīt savu komentāru, jautājumu, un iespēju robežās arī rīkotāji pēc konferences meklēs atbildes un arī jums aizsūtīs pretī. Turklāt tam visam vēl tāds bonusiņš ir, ka tie, kuri būs šādi aktīvi piedalījušies, būs arī izloze, un 5 laimīgie saņems nelielas balviņas. Būs arī mēs piedāvāsim formu, kas ir jāizpilda, lai mums ir jūsu kontakti, un tad klātesošie saņems īsziņu, un tūlīt pēc pasākuma arī tiks pie balviņas. Ja skatāties tiešsaistē, tad jums sazināsies. Arī jums būs tieši tāda pati iespēja. Tā, manuprāt, šis ir brīdis, kad tehniskie jautājumi ir atrisināti. Droši pienāciet pie mums tur maliņā, jums kaut kas ir vēl jāprecizē, bet tagad laiks ir sākt reālu darbu. Konferenci Cilvēkvērtība un mākslīgais intelekts, kur satiekas cilvēks un tehnoloģijas. Un kā pirmo man ir gods un pienākums uz dažiem ļoti svarīgiem ievadvārdiem pieteikt Eiropas komisijas pārstāvniecības Latvijā ekonomikas padomnieci Signe Grozu. Viņa mūs iepazīstinās vai sniegs ieskatu Eiropas Savienības iniciatīvās uzņēmumu digitalizācijai un mūža izglītībai. Signe mums pievienojas attālināti. Mēs jau jūs redzam. Es redzu mazajos ekrānos, tūdaļ arī būs lielajos ekrānos. Signe arī lūdzu cilvēcisku izpratni, jo viņu iemeta šajās kurpēs pēdējā brīdī. Viņa glābi kolēģi, bet viņa noteikti ir pietiekami un ļoti labi kompetenti visā šajā. Un lūdzu, ievadvārdi no jums.
Labdien, paldies! Jā, man ir tiešām patiesas gods atklāt šo konferenci. Digitālā transformācija viennozīmīgi, protams, ir viena no Eiropas komisijas galvenajām prioritātēm. Un arī attiecībā uz mākslīgo intelektu es vēlētos iezīmēt pāris iniciatīvas no Eiropas komisijas puses, ko komisija dara, lai vienlaikus sekmētu visā Eiropā digitālo transformāciju un to, ka mēs maksimāli izmantojam visu tehnoloģiju sniegtās iespējas, bet darām to atbildīgi un ētiski un darām to tā, lai respektētu pamatvērtības, kas ir cilvēktiesības, demokrātija, tiesiskums. Tajā ziņā pagājušajā gadā, 2004. gadā, 1. augustā stājās spēkā Eiropas mākslīgā intelekta akts. Savā ziņā Eiropas Savienība tiešām šai jomā ir celmlauzis un kā ātri apstiprināja šo aktu un radīja šo tādu uz dažādiem riska līmeņiem balstīto pieeju, kā mēs apējamies ar mākslīgo intelektu. Proti, lai neradītu lielu slogu uzņēmumiem, kur mēs redzam minimālu risku attiecībā uz šādām sistēmām, mēs neuzliekam papildu pienākumus. Tomēr, kur redzams, ka mākslīgā intelekta izmantošana var radīt diskrimināciju vai pastiprināt nevienlīdzību. Piemēram, ja mēs izmantojam šīs sistēmas, atlasot darbā cilvēkus vai daudzās citās tādās riskantās jomās medicīnā, kur ir tiešām ļoti rūpīga uzraudzība nepieciešama, tiek veidots šis papildu regulējums, jo pamatprincips ir, ka tehnoloģijām ir jākalpo cilvēkam. Vēl no Eiropas Savienības lielajām digitālās transformācijas jomas iniciatīvām es vēlētos pieminēt Eiropas digitālās 10-gades programmu. Ar šo programmu ir izvirzīti 2030. gadam diezgan ambiciozi mērķi un arī iezīmēti galvenie virzieni, kādos Eiropas komisija un Eiropas Savienība sniedz atbalstu. Šie galvenie tādi 4 lielie virzieni. Viens, protams, ir digitālo prasmju attīstības sekmēšana iedzīvotājiem dažādos vecumos, raugoties arī uz investīcijām, tur, kur tas ir visvairāk nepieciešams, un arī, lai sekmētu mūža izglītību. Otrs ir investīcijas digitālajā infrastruktūrā. Tad trešais virziens ir tieši šī digitālā transformācija uzņēmumos, ar īpašu uzsvaru uz mazajiem un vidējiem uzņēmumiem. Un, piemēram, šajā sakarā arī digitālās 10 gadus ietveros ir izvirzīts mērķis panākt, ka līdz 2030. gadam 75% uzņēmumu Eiropā izmanto gan mākoņu datošanu, mākslīgo intelektu vai lielos datus un tiešām ir digitāli aktīvi un advancēti. Un tad ceturtais šis digitālās transformācijas virziens skar digitalizāciju publiskajā pārvaldē. Attiecībā uz uzņēmumu digitalizāciju, protams, tam ir neatsverama nozīme gan ekonomiskās izaugsmes un konkurētspējas veicināšanā arī šajā Eiropas komisijas nesen publicētā Eiropas konkurētspējas kompasa kontekstā, raugoties uz to, kā vislabāk sekmēt konkurētspēju globāli Eiropas Savienībai, bet, protams, uzņēmuma digitalizācija, tas ir arī tāds darba vērtības un efektivitātes palielināšanas jautājums. Mēs raugamies gan cilvēku līmenī, gan globāli. Tad arī zem šīs pašas iniciatīvas Eiropā visur ir izveidoti tā saucamie digitālās inovācijas centri, Digital Innovation Hubs angliski. Arī Latvijā jau ir izveidoti 2 šādi centri, kuri jau aktīvi strādā, un uzņēmējiem tur ir pieejams atbalsts digitalizācijas stratēģiju izstrādei un arī šo digitālo ceļa karšu izstrādei, kas ir nepieciešams, lai tālāk arī pieteiktos atsevišķo Eiropas fondu programmām. Arī Latvijā šie 2 centri ir izveidoti ar Eiropas atveseļošanas fonda atbalstu. Kopumā tieši no atveseļošanas fonda no kopējiem gandrīz 2 miljardiem, kas Latvijai ir paredzēti, 365 miljoni tiek investēti un ir paredzēti tieši digitalizācijas atbalsta pasākumiem. Tur ir gan 5G infrastruktūras attīstīšana, gan ļoti daudz atbalsts tieši digitālo pamatprasmju pilnveides programmām. 140 miljoni no finansējuma ir paredzēti tieši uzņēmējdarbības digitālajai transformācijai, arī šīs pieejamās autuma programmas. Tad vēl es vēlētos atzīmēt arī par atbalstu no Eiropas reģionālā attīstības fonda. Pavisam drīz būs uzņēmumu digitalizācijai pieejami vairāk kā 27 miljoni. Un šī finansējuma ietvaros Latvijas investīciju un attīstības aģentūra varēs sniegt atbalstu grantu formā vismaz 1750 uzņēmumiem. Tas būs paredzēts gan komercdarbības procesu digitalizācijai, dažādu gatavo risinājumu, aparatūras, iekārtu, programmatūras iegādei, licencēm uzstādīšanai. Tā kā viens šāda granta apmērs paredzēts līdz 10 000 eiro. Tad par mūža izglītību. Protams, digitalizācijas jomā izvirzītos mērķus mēs varam sasniegt tikai un vienīgi tad, ja mēs investēsim cilvēkos, un skaidrs, ka ņemot vērā arī šo Latvijas demografisko situāciju, lai mēs tiešām varētu maksimāli izmantot ikviena Latvijas iedzīvotāja talantus un prasmes, mums ir jāinvestē visos cilvēkos, un tā jaunā mantra, protams, ir, ka mēs mācāmies tiešām mūža garumā, un uz to ir aizvien vairāk jāvirzās, un tā jāpieņem ir patiešām par normu. Lai arī Eiropa visādā ziņā ir ļoti attīstīta, joprojām, ja mēs raugāmies kopumā uz pieaugušiem Eiropā, tad mēs secinām, ka gandrīz pusēji trūkst šo digitālo pamatprasmju. Latvijā tie ir nedaudz vairāk kā puse, 54% pieaugušo, un mēs esam diezgan tālu no Eiropas Savienības izvirzītā mērķa, ka līdz 2030. gadam 80% cilvēku ir šīs digitālās pamatprasmes. Un vienlaikus, protams, mēs redzam šo sāsināto situāciju darba tirgū uzņēmējiem, protams, šī problemātika atrast pietiekoši kvalificētus darbiniekus arī ar šīm atbilstošām digitālajām prasmēm ir liels šķērs. Mēs to redzam gan Latvijas Tirdzniecības Rūpniecības kameras pēdējās aptaujās, gan arī Eiropas Investīciju bankas aptaujās uzņēmumu Latvijā prasmju trūkumu tiešām uzskata par pirmo lielāko šķērsli viņu izaugsmē. Līdz ar to es iezīmēšu visas programmas mūža izglītībai un prasmju pilnveidei, bet, ko es vēlētos atzīmēt, ka, protams, Eiropas kontekstā šis nav tāds pavisam jauns jēdziens. Pirmais atbalsts prasmju pilnveidei pieaugušiem, tas sākās jau līdz ar Romas līguma parakstīšanu, kad tika izveidots Eiropas sociālais fonds 1957. gadā. Vienkārši laikam ejot, mēs šo atbalstu izvēršam, paplašinam, un tāds nākamais lielais solis, es teiktu, bija 2020. gads, kad Eiropas komisija pieņēma tā saucamo European Skills Agenda, Eiropas prasmju programmu. Un arī šīs programmas tie galvenie 3 mērķi ir pirmais veicināt to, lai cilvēki pielāgojas nākotnes darba tirgumu, otrs veicināt digitālo tieši attīstību, un trešais raudzīties uz sabiedrības iekļaušanu un līdztiesību. Pavisam nesen, tas bija pagājušā nedēļa, Eiropas komisija nāca klajā arī ar iniciatīvu par prasmju savienību. Ar šo jauno iniciatīvu tika iezīmēti vēl daži jauni virzieni, izvirzīti jauni ambiciozāki mērķrādītāji, tā piemēram attiecībā uz studentu īpatsvaru STEM jomās, kas ir būtiski strauji jāpaukstina. Tāpat, piemēram, 4. daļai no STEM studentiem līdz 2030. gadam Eiropas komisijas ieskatā būtu jābūt sievietēm, tā kā ļoti jāveicina arī sieviešu iesaisti STEM zinātnēs. Tāpat ir jālūkojas, lai informāciju un komunikāciju tehnoloģiju jomā cilvēki paliek arī tālāk doktorantūras programmās. Protams, ir ļoti vilinoši un ātri iesaistīties darba tirgū, jo šie speciālisti tiešām ir pieprasīti, bet, lai ietu Eiropas Savienībā mēs līdzi zinātniskai attīstībai, tad ir izvirzīts mērķis, vismaz 5% no studentiem ir jāiet uz doktorantūru IKT jomā. Vēl ar šo jauno prasmju savienības iniciatīvu Eiropas komisija pasludināja jaunu prasmju garantijas izmēģinājuma projektu iniciatīvu. Protams, tur šis bija tāds pirmais paziņojums, ka ir iecerē par šo programmu. Kā viņa precīzi attīstīsies, tas vēl tālāk tiek lemts, bet ko viņa dos, tas ir jaunas iespējas un atbalstu tieši uzņēmumiem, kur notiek pārstrukturizēšanās procesi vai industrijās, kur draud bezdarbs, darba ņēmējiem tiks piedāvātas papildus atbalsta iespējas pārkvalificēties. Vēl arī ar šo iniciatīvu tika iezīmēta iecerē veidot Eiropas Savienības talantu fondu, ko izmantos, lai piesaistītu darba spēku no trešām valstīm. Jo, kā zināms, ņemot vērā šo diezgan akūto darba spēku trūkumu tieši augstas kvalifikācijas, attiecībā uz augstas kvalifikācijas speciālistiem, pētniekiem būs pieejama šī jaunā programma, Eiropas Savienības talantu fonds. Tad īsi par
Es atvainojos, vai jūs mūs dzirdat? Tiešām lūkšu īsi, jo mēs gribam skriet tālāk, jo šis ir ļoti vērtīgi, bet īsi.
Jā. Pavisam īsi vēl par atbalstu Latvijai vēlos uzsvērt, ka ir pieejams gan no Eiropas sociālā fonda 28,000 pieaugušo apmācībai, finansējums 34 miljoni arī no atveseļošanas fonda ir atbalsts vairāk kā 30 miljoni bezdarbnieku apmācībai. Vēl ir arī papildus atbalsts dažādās programmās, bet par to arī nākamā runātāja ekonomikas ministrijas kolēģi pastāstīs vairāk. Tā kā paldies jums un novēlu jums tiešām interesants, produktīvas diskusijas. Programma ir interesanti piesātināt. Paldies!
Liels paldies Signai Grozai, Eiropas komisijas pārstāvniecības Latvijā ekonomikas padomniecei, bet šobrīd kolēģi jau pieteica, mums būs iespēja un arī gods un pienākums uzklausīt ekonomikas ministrijas pārstāvi, un ekonomikas ministrija ir Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālā vāka arī, un par to, kā tad šobrīd klājas ceļā uz Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālo transformāciju, mums dažos vārdos ieskicēs ekonomikas ministrijas uzņēmējdarbības atbalsta departamenta direktora vietniece Anita Zīmele. Lūdzu.
Jā, labdien, paldies. Labdien, klātesošie, un tālinātā versijā tiešām būtu gods un prieks šeit kopā ar jums šīs konferences ietvaros. Ļoti vērtīgi un daudz informāciju jau pastāstīja Eiropas komisijas pārstāve. Es neatkārtošos, tikai uzsvēršu šo, kad ekonomika attīstās ātri. Un viens no tiem galvenajiem faktoriem ir tieši šīs tehnoloģijas, un līdz ar to, lai uzņēmums veicinātu un pātrinātu šo tehnoloģiju ieviešanu savā darbībā, attīstītu savu darbību, veicinot savu konkurētspēju tirgū un arī produktivitāti palielinātu, ir ļoti svarīgi arī šis atbalsts, ko ir iespējams saņemt, ne tikai ieguldot savus privātos līdzekļus, bet arī atbalsts no citu fondu ietvaros. Un tā ietvaros ekonomikas ministrija ir arī izstrādājusi vairākas atbalsta programmas digitālās transformācijas ietvaros, sākot no aizdevumiem, digitālo prasmu pilnveidei, grantiem inovācijās un daudz dažādi savādāki. Tas, ko mēs esam secinājuši, šī digitālā transformācijas ietvaros galvenokārt finansējums nāca no atvesaļošanās noturības mehānismu fonda ietvaros. Redzot ļoti lielu atsauksmi no uzņēmumu puses un šo nepieciešamību, arī struktūra fondu ietvaros mēs esam izstrādājuši vairākas atbalsta programmas, kas būs arī tieši pieejamas digitalizācijai. Tā skaitā arī nozara apmācībās mēs esam iekļāvuši arī digitalizācijas jomas, ko tā skaitā arī mākslīgo intelektu, dažādus rīkus, tūļus būs iespējams turpināt apgūt līdz pat 29. gadam. Tā kā aicinājums droši izvērtēt iespēju un iesaistīties. Tieši par atbalstu programmu digitālā prasmju pilnveide. Kas tas tāds ir? Pēc būtības programmas mērķis ir uz uzņēmumu vajadzībām balstītu apmācību veidošanu. Tas nozīmē, ka uzņēmums novirza savus darbiniekus uz konkrētu apmācību jomu, kas viņam ir svarīgs un nepieciešams uzņēmuma attīstībai, lai veicinātu savas prasmes, ieviestu jaunās tehnoloģijas, attīstītu dažādus procesus. Uz doto brīdi šī programma jau strādā, kur viens no pieteicējiem arī ir Latvijas universitāte iesaistījusies. Un pēc tagadējām tendencēm mēs redzam, ka ļoti liela atsaucība ir tieši uz jauno rīku apguvi savu darbinieku ietvaros. Un tā rezultātā var redzēt, ka arī, piemēram, klienta apkalpošanas ietvaros tiek izmantoti dažādi mākslīgie rīki, tūļi, lai varētu pātrināt šo klientu apkalpošanu, un tādā veidā arī darbiniekiem iespējams būtu savas darba slodzes pārvirzīt uz citu jomu vai uzlabot savu produktivitāti tā ietvaros. Līdz ar to, es domāju, tur nav nepieciešams teikt, ka šī digitālā transformācija mums ir svarīga. Tehnoloģijas nāks un viss būs ļoti svarīgas un ietekmēs mūs arvien vairāk, jo mēs redzam arī tagadējās ietekmes no āras, kas mūs ietekmē. Līdz ar to šis viss ir mums ļoti svarīgi. Un vienīgais, ko es nobeigumā vēlos pateikt, ir vēl vienreiz paldies par iespēju būt šeit kopā ar jums. Paldies organizatoriem, paldies Latvijas universitātei, kas tomēr izlēma piedalīties šī projekta ietvaros un arī jums sniegt šo iespēju pieteikties atbalsta programmas ietvaros. Un lai produktīva konference. Paldies!
Paldies! Paldies, saku Anitai Zimelei no ekonomikas ministrijas, bet ir laiks konferences. Šie bija ļoti svarīgi ievadvārdi, bet tagad atklāšanas uzruna. Asociētais profesors Guntārs Kitenbergs, Latvijas universitātes zinātņu prorektors. Lūdzu.
Labdien! Ļaujiet man jūsu rektoru vārdā sveikt Latvijas universitātē. A quick welcome to the University of Latvia, also to international speakers, but I'll continue in Latvian as the main audience is Latvian speakers. Latvijas universitāte ir lielākā pētniecības ziņā intensīvākā universitāte Latvijā. Zinātnes universitātes status to apliecina, un mēs arī esam klasiska tipa universitāte, kas ietver eksaktās zinātnes, medicīnas, dzīvības zinātnes, humanitārās zinātnes, sociālās zinātnes. Tad tas ir tāds ļoti plašs tvērums, kas ļauj mums skatīties uz jautājumiem no ļoti dažādiem skatpunktiem. Un tas ļauj universitātei īstenot rektora izvirzīto uzdevumu būt sarežģītu jautājumu risinātājiem. Skaidrs, ka digitālā transformācija, ir tīpaši šobrīd mākslīgā intelekta atnestās iespējas un izaicinājumi, ir tieši tik sarežģīts jautājums, pie kura ir vērts no daudziem aspektiem strādāt. Un Latvijas universitāte to mēģina un spēj. Mēs dzirdējām vārdus par efektivitāti, par procesu automatizāciju, kā to izdarīt, kuros brīžos to vajag darīt, kādus dzelžus izvēlēties šo lietu īstenošanai, kāda būs lietotāja pieredze, ko vajadzēs iemācīt jūsu darbiniekiem, lai viņi varētu tās lietas īstenot. Un beigās, kādas tad ir juridiskās nianses, lai to visu varētu arī darīt. Tās ir daudzējādi aspekti, uz kuriem jāskatās kopumā. Latvijas universitāte to dara un darīs. Un arī caur šādu pasākumu, caur profesionālas pilnveidas akadēmiju centīsimies sadarboties ar jums. Aicinu redzēt Latvijas universitāti kā zinošu un labvēlīgu sadarbības partneri. Jūsu izaicinājumu risināšana palīdzēs arī mums augt un kļūst gudrākiem. Līdz ar to mēģināsim šo digitālo transformāciju, mākslīgā intelekta sniegto iespēju īstenošanu veidot kopā, jo Latvijas izaugsme ir visu mūsu interesēs. Tāpēc man liels prieks jūs šeit tik kuplā skaitā redzēt klātienē, droši vien arī attālinātā versijā, un novēlu mums visiem ļoti produktīvu dienu un daudzas idejas, kā kopā lietas darīt arī turpmāk. Paldies!
Paldies Latvijas Universitātes zinātņu prorektoram, profesoram Guntaram Kitenbergam. Bet vēl konkrētāk ķeramies klāt jau pie viena no mūsu šīs dienas sarunu stūrakmeņiem. Un es tādu mazu atkāpīti šeit veikšu, lai izskaidrotu, kāds ir tas juridiski finansiālais rāmis, kurā mēs vispār šeit esam kopā sapulcējušies. Un, proti, Eiropas Savienībā daudz to zina, daudz varbūt to ir vienkārši tikai pamanījuši, ir šis atvesļošanās un noturības mehānismu plāns, ko jau dzirdējām pieminam, un to Latvijā īstenot arī, lai stiprinātu uzņēmumu digitālās prasmes un veicinātu šo digitālo transformāciju. Un daļa no šī plāna ir investīcija ar ļoti dzeļisku nosaukumu 2-3-1-2I, bet tā būtība ir tālāk uzņēmumu digitālo prasmju attīstību, un šīs investīcijas mērķis ir tad arī nodrošināt mūsu mazos, vidējos, lielos komersantus ar digitālajām robotizācijas un automatizācijas prasmēm, veicināt digitālo pārveidi, inovācijas. Tad, lūk, lai izstāstītu vairāk gan par pasaules tendencēm darbinieku apmācībā, kā arī par šīs investīcijas projektu Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālo prasmju ceļvedis, mums tālāk nāks Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveides akadēmijas direktore Irina Bausova. Lūdzu.
Cienījamie ekonomikas un Eiropas komisijas pārstāvi, LU vadība, viesi un dargie draugi. Jo skatoties uz jūsu šķiltiņam, jūs redzat, ka mēs uzrakstījām draugs. Tātad Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveides akadēmija ir sadarbības kopienas, kur apvieno 10 000 cilvēku. Un šodien es vēlētos pirmkārt pateikties Eiropas Savienībai, atvesļošanās fondam un šim projektam, ka mēs varam turpināt attīstīt katra mūsu drauga, jeb šo kopienā cilvēka un uzņēmuma spējas, prasmes un kompetences. Tātad, kā es runāju, Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveides akadēmija ir viens no ļoti svarīgiem Latvijas Universitātes mūžizglītības attīstīšanas centriem. Jūs pazīstat mums kā vadības uzņēmējdarbības mācību centru, bet es gribētu padalīties ar to, ka Latvijas Universitāte ik gadu, izņemot PPA, mācās ap 8-12 tūkstoši cilvēku, kuri pilnveido, profesionāli pilnveidojas, paaugstina savu kvalifikāciju un atrod jaunas lietas, lai varētu attīstīties kā profesionāļiem un arī attīstīt savus uzņēmumus. Bet šodien es vēlētos padalīties ar jums ar dažām lietām, kuras būs ļoti svarīgas, lai saprastu to, kā visus šos iespējas Eiropas Savienības fondus. Mēs dzirdējam, ka ir sociālais fonds, kurš atbalsta prasmju attīstīšanu. Ir atvesļošanās fonds, ir kohēzijas fondi. Un, lai mēs varētu saprast, kā uzņēmumus organizēt prasmju attīstīšanu, tīpaši digitālo prasmju attīstīšanu, es vēlētos veltīt uzmanību dažiem svarīgiem jautājumiem. Tātad sākšu ar manu mīļāko Šampetera inovāciju vilniem. Kāpēc? 2 gadus atpakaļ konference, kura bija saistīta arī ar cilvēkvērtību un tehnoloģijām, mēs runājam par to, ka situācija pasaulē nav viennozīmīga. Mēs bijām gandrīz sākumā inovācijas, 6. inovācijas Viļņa sākumā, un mēs nesaprotam, kā attīstīsies mākslīgais intelekts, ko mēs darīsim, kā, uz kuru pusi skatīties uzņēmumiem, lai varētu saprast, kur būs tas noteicošais moments, kura ieeguldā gan zināšanas, gan darbinieku prasmes. Jūs redzat, ka inovācija cikli paliek īsaki un īsaki, un mana prognoze, ka uz 30. gadu mums būs pilna skaidrība, ar ko tas jaunas tehnoloģijas varētu reāli palīdzēt uzņēmumiem un uz kuru pusi skatīties, lai attīstītu savu darbinieku prasmes. Mēs visi sapratam, ka faktori, kuri stipri ietekmēs uz darba tirgu, ir tehnoloģija attīstīšana, vai ne? Par mākslīgo intelektu liecina arī pasaules ekonomikas fóruma dati. 86% mākslīgais intelekts un informācijas apstrādes tehnoloģijas. Otrajā vietā ir roboti un automatizācija. Trešajā vietā mēs redzam zaļo enerģiju, kura būs arī tikpat svarīga un noteicoša, kā uzņēmumi, tīpaši ražošanas uzņēmumi vai informāciju ražojušie uzņēmumi varēs konkurēt ar citiem. Jaunie materiāli, tīpaši kompozīti, un mums ir zinātnieki, kuri strādā ar šo virzienu, tas arī ir diezgan liels procents, 30%. Nu, un, kā mēs redzam, pēdējā vieta ir kosmosa tehnoloģijas, un šodien konferenci mēs runāsim arī par to, kādas kosmosa tehnoloģijas varētu palīdzēt Latvijas uzņēmumiem atrast savas interesantas konkurentspējīgas nišas, kuras palīdzēt attīstīties pasaules līmenī. Par pāriem faktoriem mēs visi dzirdējam, gan par to, ka Latvija, diemžēl, pietrūkst darbinieku. Mums ir demografiskas problēmas mums pastāv. Pārējā pasaulē daļa ir citas problēmas. Ir diezgan daudz jaunu cilvēku, kuriem nav darba. Ja. Indija, Ķīna un tā tālāk grūti atrast jauniem cilvēkiem darbu. Mēs arī sapratam, ka mums ir zināma ekonomiskā nenoteiktība, ka mēs orientējamies uz zaļām prasmēm, lai tomēr klimats būtu kārtībā. Bet runājot par to, kā viss šis ietekmē uz... Mēs nevaram ietekmēt uz šiem faktoriem, bet mēs varam ietekmēt uz tiem faktoriem, uz kuriem mēs varam ietekmēt. Un tas ir tas mūsu ceļš, prasmju un talantu attīstība. Mēs varam attīstīt tās prasmes, tos talantus, kuri dos to lielu pievienoto vērtību gan katram cilvēkam, katra cilvēka labklājībai, gan arī mūsu uzņēmumiem, iestādēm, valsts iestādēm un visiem pārējiem. Tātad, kā attīstīt prasmes, par ko jādomā uzņēmumiem? Mēs varam organizēt apmācības diezgan fragmentāri. Vienam darbiniekam šodien nepieciešams šitas prasmes, citam darbiniekam citas prasmes, un tā mēs salikam kādas programmas. Bet faktiski, lai mēs varētu rādīt lielu pievienotu vērtību uzņēmuma attīstīšanai, mēs domājam par stratēģiem. Mēs domājam par stratēģiem, par tām stratēģiem, kuras saistīti pirmkārt ar uzņēmumu stratēģiju, un izvērtējot esošas prasmes un salikot kompetences modeļus, mēs domājam par to, kā efektīvi šo informāciju un zināšanas un prasmes un kompetences attīstīt. Un tad mēs domājam, kur ir mūsu partneri. Ar kādiem partneriem mēs strādāsim un kā mēs mūsu strateģisko plānu attīstīsim. Ļoti bieži saskaroties ar dažiem apmācībās uzņēmumiem, sanāca, ka mēs saņemam informāciju, bet pēc 2-3 nedēļām darbinieki vairs neko neatceras. Laikam tomēr prasmes nav iespējams apgūt, ja mēs tikai dodam informāciju. Prasmes tas ir pirmkārt, tā ir pieredze, kuru mēs varam dabūt no cita cilvēka, un tā pieredze, kuru mēs varam dabūt apmācības procesa. Un skatoties uz to, kā šobrīd strādā uzņēmumi, tātad, lai nodrošinātu nākotnes apmācības, uzņēmumi domā par to, kādas apmācības organizēt uzņēmuma iekšienē. Un tas pārsvarā ir tas zināšanas, prasmes un kompetences, kuras saistīti ar šo uzņēmumu. Un tāds, kādas kompetences un prasme, kādam kompetencēm un prasmēm nepieciešams piesaistīt ārējos piegādātājus, jo tiem ir lielākas zināšanas un lielākā izpratne par to, kā organizēt. Šobrīd uzņēmumi pielieto, protams, mākslīgo intelektu. Uzņēmumi pielieto diezgan nopietni domāja par personalizētām mācībām, jo tieši mākslīgais intelekts to ļauj. Šis process sākas jau kādus 10-15 gadus atpakaļ, parādījies sistēmas, kuras ļauj izstrādāt to personalizētu ceļu. Un, ja mēs paskatīsimies uz tendencēm, tad lielie uzņēmumi spējīgi organizēt ilgspējīgu prasmju attīstības programmas. Kā piemēru, es šodien gribētu paņemt tādas lielas uzņēmumus kā Amazon, un vēl viens piemērs būs. Tātad 700 miljoni uz 100 000 darbiniekiem, un tajās programmas visas tehnoloģijas, kuras ir nepieciešamas, lai uzņēmums veiksmīgāk strādātu. Un lai uzņēmuma darbinieki iegūtu prasmes, kuras palīdzētu uzņēmumam būt efektīvākam un efektīvākam. Nedaudz cita pieeja ir Google. Un tas divas pieejas Google organizē vairākas virzienus. Viņiem ir gan Google karjeru certifikātu izdošana, gan arī viņi piedāvā to programmu Grow with Google, kurā ļauj organizēt paralēli savu uzņēmumu un attīstīties, un viņiem ir tā programma 20% polise, kurā ļauj arī attīstīt īpašas uzņēmumu, kurš atbalsta Google prasmes, un šī ir cita pieeja. Jo, ja pirmais variants mums ir prasmju attīstīšana, tad otrais variants ir talantu attīstīšana. Un talantu attīstīšana parasti ir vajadzīga tādiem uzņēmumiem vai lieliem uzņēmumiem, universitātēm, kuras patiešām ir diezgan daudz talantu, un biznesa modelis uzbūvēts uz to, ka, lai katrs talants atrastu savu vietu, veidot ekosistēmu un attīstītos. Bet, ja mēs atgriežamies pie Amazona, nepieciešamas prasmes, jaunas prasmes, un var būvēt vairākas sistēmas, kuras attīstā konkrētas prasmes, kuras būs efektīvas, lai uzņēmums būtu arī efektīvs. Domājot par to, kā uzņēmumiem svarīgi saprast šo ceļu, mēs organizējam tieši šī projekta ietvaras darbnīcu uzņēmumu vadītājiem, HR vadītājiem par to, kā izveidot savu uzņēmuma stratēģiju un kā saskaņot to ar uzņēmuma stratēģiju. Un arī kā organizēt mācības savu uzņēmumu visefektīvāk. Jo sapratot, ka Google, Amazon, diezgan lielas korporācijas, viņiem ir milzīgs resursu apjoms, bet kā strādāt Latvijā? Mums 95% ir mazie un vidēji uzņēmumi. No 1800 reģistrētiem uzņēmumu reģistra 95 ir mazie un vidēji uzņēmumi. Ļoti bieži tur ir strādā no 4 līdz 10 darbiniekiem. Nav HR cilvēka, tas ir outsourcing. Un kā organizēt tādu pamatīgu strateģisko programmu. Tieši šādiem uzņēmumiem mēs piedāvājam darbnīcu ar strateģisko pieeju, kā organizēt pareizi mazajiem uzņēmumiem savu apmācības stratēģiju. Runāt par pareizo programmu, pareizo piegādātāju, es ļoti īsi pievērsīšu jūsu uzmanību vienam mazam jautājumam saistītam ar tieši informācijas nodošanu vai prasmju apgūšanu. Tātad informācijas nodošana nav prasmju apgūšana. Mēs vienkārši nododam informāciju, bet apmācības, mācības, tas vienmēr ir prakse. Un profesionālās pilnveides akadēmijā mēs attīstījām arī dažādas rīkus, kuri palīdz attīstīt tādas prasmes kā strateģiska domāšana vai lēmumu pieņemšana. Un tas ir interaktīvas biznesa spēles. Un ja jūs redzat, ka uzņēmums piedāvā vairākas, ka uzņēmuma metodoloģija ir vairākas lietas, kuras attīstā tieši prasmes, tad var ticēt, ka rezultāts būs. Un tad investējot naudu apmācība, jūs iegūsiet pieredzi, darbinieki iegūs pieredzi, darbinieki iegūs prasmes, un tas viss palīdzēs uzņēmumam augt un plaukt. Tātad, tā kā man laiks iet uz beigām, es vēlētos pateikt vienu svarīgu lietu par to, ka, lai jūs varētu iet savas stratēģijas līdzi, un šis mūsu investīcijas mērķis ļoti cieši saistīta ar uzņēmuma eksportspējām, ar vadību, kura saprat, kur vest savu kuģi, un ar jaunām digitālām prasmēm mēs iesaistījām mācību procesā izcelus Latvijas ekspertus un arī uzaicinājām vairākus ārzemju ekspertus, kurus šodien jūs arī dzirdēsiet. Un minējat par šādu ekspertu, Lučo, es par tevi. Tātad mēs sapratam, ka ļoti bieži uzņēmumi nesaprot, kuru daļu digitalizēt, kuru nav digitalizēt. Bet ja jūs sapratat, kādi procesi nerada pievienoto vērtību, to vērts automatizēt. Un par to jau 15. maijā būs darbnīca. Nu, un es nevaru neminēt Latvijas cilvēku lepnumu un to, kas visi pasaulē parādīja, ka Latvijas cilvēkiem ir ļoti dziļas, radošas un uz pasauli ietekmējušas domas. Un Latvijas cilvēkiem ir arī prasme apgūt visjaunākās tehnoloģijas, lai dabūtu Oskaru. Es vēlētos novēlēt, lai mēs kopā sadarbojoties atstājam Latvijai labākas paudzes. Un es vēlētos novēlēt, lai šodien jūs izbaudītu to domu gaienu un uzdotu jautājumus un saprastu, kā mēs varam izdarīt tā, lai mums būtu ne tikai viens Oskars, bet arī ļoti daudz starptautisko balvu, jo mēs to varam. Paldies!
Paldies! Paldies Irinai Būsovai, Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveides akadēmijas direktorei par ieskatu Latvijas digitālo prasmju ceļvedī. Bet šobrīd jau man jāpareklamē arī, ka konkrētāk tieši par šo prasmju ceļvedi jau tādās detaļās mums būs vēl viena prezentācija pašās beigās. Bet mēs visu laiku, man liekas, par mākslīgo intelektu zinām par maz. Un jo mazāk zināšanu, jo lielāki mīti. Un tieši tā arī mēs esam ievirzījuši nākamo prezentāciju. Tās nosaukums Mākslīgā intelekta pasaule, mīti un realitāte. Un ar to mūs iepazīstinās mūsu pirmais ārzemju viesis un starptautiskais eksperts, inovāciju treneris, uzņēmējs, datu zinātnieks. Es vēl kādu laiku turpināšu par viņu, tiešām ļoti garš stāsts un pamatīgs. Inovāciju treneris, uzņēmējs, datu zinātnieks, kurš ikdienā palīdz citiem attīstīt prasmes, un viņa dibinātie uzņēmumi darbojas 23 valstīs. Un viņa pētniecības joma ir mākslīgā intelekta atbalsts atkārtotu uzdevumu automatizēšanai uzņēmumos, lai atbrīvotu cilvēku un uzņēmumu resursus tieši radošumam, stratēģiskai izaugsmei. Viņš publiskās lekcijās dalās zināšanās par mākslīgā intelekta ietekmi uz izglītību, uz uzņēmējdarbību un to, kā efektīvi izmantot jaunās tehnoloģijas tieši jēgpilnām pārmaiņām. Datu zinātnieks un uzņēmējs izglītības tehnoloģiju uzņēmuma Kimitis līdzdibinātājs Balāšs Horvāts. I'm not sure if you quote my Latvian.
Not much.
But I'm honored to give you a floor, Mr. Hovat, and we are eager to hear what you have to say about the world of artificial intelligence, myths, and reality.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be here and talk to you about artificial intelligence, or AI as we all know it. It's the buzzword which is absolutely everywhere on social media, news, business calls, or just everyday talking in store as well. It always comes up. But what does it actually mean? What's behind AI, and what are the myths that are commonly misunderstood? I'm a researcher in artificial intelligence. I'm not sure what was told about me, but hopefully that was part of it a little bit. And a trainer in AI in 23 countries, and an entrepreneur myself, where we deploy also automation for small and medium enterprises, as well as large enterprises. But I think large enterprises will be covered later today, so I will be focusing on mostly on this small and medium enterprise and how you can benefit it. It's more important than just understanding it. So just clarify some of the buzzwords. Obviously, AI is one of the buzzwords, which has many meanings, and it was developing over time. So 20 years ago, even just a single if-else algorithm, if the light is on and switches off automatically, we were calling it AI already. 8 years ago, I was already consulting big telecommunication firms and fintech firms when they were already pitching on stage that they have AI as a service. And I was really struggling there as their consultant on there, asking, what do you mean by AI as a service? What do you do? And the answer was always a myth or clarification. But the lead engineer explained to me one day then the biggest difference between machine learning and AI here is one is written in Python, the other is in PowerPoint. So since then, it's developed obviously a lot. Now we have ChatGPT and all different solutions, which we call AI. So today we call AI the chatbots and these chat-like instructions that we give. But then we had to come up with a new name for the common term of AI, the AGI, which I will talk about a little bit later. But commonly, what's AI is a task that would require a human intelligence to do, but is executed by a machine. And there are a lot of other buzzwords which we can just quickly browse through. We don't have to run that much. My timer is not running, so I'm difficult to keep track of my own time, but I will try the best to stay within the 20 minutes. So some of the keywords are obviously machine learning. Machine learning is, well, as we discussed before, that is the one which is written in Python, not in PowerPoint. But that is the way how AI is learning, how to recognize patterns, how to make sure that from previous data it understands mistakes and learning the best way to solve tasks. And then there is deep learning. Deep learning is a version of machine learning where you use neural networks, something like a human would understand tasks, and the human is understanding through years and learning new and new ways to solve things and how to avoid mistakes. And then the other three on the bottom is focusing on what we commonly call AI today, the large language models, so ChatGPT or DeepSeek or Gemini or Cloud, or I can just list all of them today. There is one came out just 3 days ago, which is actually beating all of them, which I will be just touching a little bit. But what's different with the large language models is they are working on an enormous amount of text data, figuring out what is the most probable next word that you would like to see. So sometimes we feel that it knows context, it understands meaning, has logic as well. But in reality, it is just a mathematical equation, which has, in a small language model, around 7 billion parameters, x, y, and then a multiplier in front of them. And then we enter a text, it puts it into this equation, and comes up with the next probable word. And that's simply it. So it doesn't have any intelligence. It's just generating with a mathematical model what's the next probable word. And the same with generative AI, that we call it when we generate more than just text as well. As a human, we would generate pictures, images. But a little bit nerdier keywords, but these are the last ones I promised. Then I jump into how you can utilize things. So AGI, I mentioned this before. So AGI, if I explain to you what it is, you would say, oh, this is what I thought AI is. So yes, it is when we finally will achieve one day when the human or AI will think as a human. So not just executing tasks, simple tasks or repetitive tasks, but even will think as a human. That is AGI. Previously was called AI. And then singularity, this is more just in the movies. This is when AI will be better than us. It's not even close to the future, to reality, and I don't think we will ever achieve it, or at least I will not be alive that time, when AI will surpass human intelligence. Hallucination. I think that this is getting more and more commonly known, this word. Hallucination is when AI is generating longer responses than you would the common short responses that it was designed to. And the more longer it goes, this mathematical equation is getting to build into the answer more and more what it generated before and starts to lie. So this is the lie. How would you understand it the best? If you imagine a very confident uncle at a dinner table who is telling a long story. The whole family suspects that something is already going off rail from reality, but it's super confident and even brings up proofs and makes up proofs that telling that yeah, that happened and that is how it happened. So that's how AI is hallucinating, and we have to make sure that we are validating whatever we get out. I think one of the key takeaway from nowadays is children and students in university have to make sure that they understand how to validate all the information that gets out from AI. It's getting better and better, but hallucination is still there. And synthetic data, that is an important topic to discuss because we are afraid a little bit that our data is leaked into AI, especially healthcare data. But usually it is trained on synthetic data. What synthetic data is an augmented data. You have the original data set, and we create an synthetic data which behaves like the real data, but has nothing from the real data in it. So you can still train an AI or a machine learning model on it with the same meta information and features without seeing the real data. So this is how we can avoid our data being exposed to AI or when it's becoming or when it's trained. And the tokens. I will talk about tokens just right now about the pricing, but this is the smallest unit of how we calculate the text that we put into AI. That is why small companies usually believe, but it finds it difficult to understand how much it exactly costs to use these models because it's calculated in number of tokens or millions of tokens. But first, I wanted to talk about one small thing. We always hype, all the news hype large language models. But small language models actually, I believe, are better for small and medium enterprises. I run it on my computer with 7 billion parameters. You can actually have a small language model running in your PC or 1.5 billion parameters in your pocket in your phone. And it can perform as ChatGPT 3.5, approximately. And the data and the files never leave your computer, never leave your local server. Cheap, easy to train, and cost-wise, it's free if you're running it in your own. So the most concern is usually for small enterprises is what happens with my data. I don't want to train a big model and then just expose all of my secrets as well. You can run small language models. You can train very easily, very cheaply for certain tasks to execute. And I think that will be the future for small and medium enterprises. But let's talk about a little bit of the small myth. One is AI will replace humans. Well, I don't believe that. And there is a very good quote from Harvard that, well, AI will not replace humans, but humans with AI will replace humans who don't use AI. And that's, I find it very fitting because I just see it even in my own 4 companies. Then in one of the companies, we have programming. Obviously, we are deploying AI models. And even my programmers are actually working or delivering 5 times more, at least, since we use AI with the Copilot in Git and so on. So just by eliminating repetitive, boring tasks, we can finally focus on value creation. And that is what AI can help us. And we should understand that this is the goal and not to replace our colleagues and employees. The other misconception is AI is as smart as a human. Well, it thinks it can execute tasks, but doesn't understand context, doesn't have feelings, doesn't understand if the result is good or bad. It knows with a scoring if that is the next most probable word, or that is with a scoring system that is the best answer it could give, but doesn't understand the context of it. And then AI is only for the big organizations. Well, we will discuss about that later, but I don't believe so. I think SMEs has a good chance to compete with enterprises now, because just with a few weeks ago, it made it available for the smallest tier of ChatGPT, the deep research. And with deep research, in half an hour, you can get done at least a week of work of research about market trends, pricing strategies, business proposals. It can do a master thesis worth of work in about 15 to 30 minutes. And that helps SMEs to compete with the big ones. So we should use it and not believe that it's only for the big ones, and it's quite costly. And the accuracy, we talked about the uncle already. So yes, make sure that you always validate what the result is. Usually with deep research and Notebook LM, you get good references as well. Where did it find this data? So it's easy to check where this data is coming from. But affordability, a topic which is usually quite fuzzy for SMEs. How much is an AI actually cost us when we run a model? So usually it's measured in tokens, as we discussed. Like one token is, again, it can be one character or one word. But usually it's like longer words are 2 tokens. And that is how it's measured usually. How many tokens do you use? This is how you get your pricing. And it's quite difficult to understand from a business process. That's why I bring you some examples for SMEs. So, for example, customer support. If you have the usual customer support chat, you could imagine that you are using around like 3 million tokens a month. Which, again, doesn't say much yet, but I will let you know in the next slide how insignificant this cost is. Or just making deep analysis. Let's say you get 200 CVs and you want to hire someone, and you need an analysis on that. You have an operator running it for you. It's, again, approximately around like having 100 of these reports after processing. So one report is when you process 200 CVs. Having 100 of these tasks, again, using approximately 3 to 5 million tokens. And then, again, just generating the articles, social media posts, WordPress blog posts as well, around like 75,000 tokens for 50 posts, which is not much when you see the pricing. So OpenAI is charging for 1 million token, $15, which would mean that, okay, 1 month worth of posting and analyzing and customer support would be $45. But a month ago, a thing called DeepSeek came out with the R1 model, which is open source completely, and it's only costing 0.55, 27 times less. So that means a full month work of customer support and chatting with your clients can be done in $1.65 easily. I do it a lot. I do it for free because I use the small language models, as I said. So R1 has different models. For example, one is the deepseek.com, where you can explore it, but also you can run it locally with a small language model, and you can really use that for these purposes as well. That would really eliminate this cost because it's free, it's running on your computer or your own server. So you don't pay anything for these tokens. Some business cases that we usually do for SMEs, I brought 3 of them, which is simplifying repetitive tasks that small businesses usually do. One is actually one of the most complex ones, is generating for your blog posts search engine optimized content. Previously, you had consultants for this checking, or you really had to review how was the percentage of the right words, the right links on the website. This is one we built quickly. It's available for free for everyone as well on the community page. So you can just generate the text, the picture, optimize it for SEO, and then post it and making sure that it gets checked if there is a new update from Google as well on the scoring, making sure that your web page is appearing in the first ones in certain keywords. The second one, which is my absolute favorite, I use this a lot, is drafting answers from your Gmail. I receive around 300, 400 emails which I have to reply a day because I'm teaching in 23 countries. So imagine I have some students who are emailing sometimes. So when an email comes, an AI is analyzing for me if it needs a reply or not. And if yes, it drafts me an answer and saves it. It doesn't send an answer, it drafts it. So when I'm browsing through my emails, my answers are drafted already, so I just have to fine-tune, maybe change a date, changing a day of the week in there, and I can just send it out. This speeds up my day extremely, removing the repetitive work again from my life. And another one is posting on social media. This is the most straightforward one, which everyone does with similar models, is generating weekly posts or daily posts. So your company's content is actually up to date, doing articles, generating pictures for that, and actually sharing it on social media. So it's quite important to eliminate this repetitiveness of the task and making sure that we can focus on value creation. So just on the last topic, I want to talk about the future and what are the trends now. So AI agents, you might have heard this, and the next speaker's title also explains AI agents and how Lucio will talk about how we as humans have to actually develop ourselves to communicate, and also how to develop ourselves in the future to be compatible with the new AI world. But agents and operators are a new version of AI when they execute tasks for you. That's a big difference from ChatGPT and so on, when you actually get response on what to do. So for example, OpenAI has the operator. I already used it for, this time I used it for booking accommodation here. I just asked, I set the date and where I will going and what criteria I have, and it booked me. It opened the browser, checked my calendar from previous days from Riga, compared them, checked the reviews as well, and it already booked me an accommodation. Just to be safe, I asked as a criteria that it has to be able to be cancelled 1 day beforehand. If it's something really bad, I can still cancel it, but it does a good job. Also, hairdresser appointments. It can open up your browser, open up your calendar, seeing the right time, the nearby free closest hairdresser, and it can book you an appointment. So it's already here. This is not the future. This is the trend today. That's operator. And then there is a new one came out, which is Manus. 3 days ago, it got announced. It beats all OpenAI results with the benchmarks. Manus is already executing tasks without permission. You just give a task, a complex task, it splits it up to multiple agents, and it does execute the task. Without you have to say yes to every step, like in OpenAI operator, when you have to give access to your Google Calendar every time, you have to give access to logging into websites and so on. I don't know if it's the good future or not, executing tasks without permission, but it's a future. So just make sure that we are following up on these new trends, and we use AI as it is. It's a tool. It's not magic. It's not going to remove humans, not going to remove our colleagues from next to us. It will help us to create more value in our businesses and make sure that we treat it that way. And thank you very much for the attention. And I was Balázs, and feel free to keep in touch with me. I will be around here for networking as well later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Balázs. Es domāju, ka mēs esam nedaudz gan nobijušies, gan ieintriģēti par to, ko mēs tikko arī dzirdējām. Un tieši tā, kā Balázs kungs arī sacīja, tad nākamais runātājs pievērsīs uzmanību tieši šim aģentu stāstam. Un nākamais runātājs ir biznesa transformācijas eksperts un mārketinga analītiķis Milānas Politehniskā institūta profesors. Viņš vada pasaules līmeņa pētījumus par patērētāju uzvedību, metaversu un automobiļu pieredzes dizainu. Tāpat arī Behavioral Research and Immersive Environment Lab un Advanced Experience Design Lab vadītājs. Vairāk nekā 80 zinātnisko publikāciju autors un sadarbojies gan ar Meta, gan ar Google, gan Lamborghini, gan Maserati, gan Huawei. Un viņš arī palīdz uzņēmumiem saglabāt konkurētspēju šobrīd ļoti, ļoti strauji mainīgajā pasaulē. Un man ir tas gods jūs iepazīstināt ar doktoru Lucio Lamberti. Lūdzu,
Paldies.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be back to Riga. Actually, let's say that Balázs' speech was very clear in introducing what AI is, what are some myths around it. What I would like to draw to your attention during my presentation is what we can do with it and what is going to happen when these tools will become as pervasive as we can expect them to be in the next few months. The first thing we can think of doing with AI is the last thing that Balázs introduced. That is letting AI do what we ask it to. I am a marketing professor, so I will use examples coming from marketing. I hope you won't mind. But sometimes marketing has this advantage, talks with images, and this is somehow a good idea. The first thing that I'm showing you is a fully AI-generated spot. In particular, this fictional pizza house was invented, and this was the first commercial produced by AI about it. I don't know if I can let the video start here. I don't know. Does it work? Actually, it seems that we have problem with videos. What I wanted to let you know is basically that a full marketing campaign was developed with regards of this pizza house. The net result, 1 year ago was a dysmorphing in faces, but still quite an impressive outcome in terms of video. 1 year later, the dysmorphing in faces disappeared, so the faces looked more human. And as a matter of fact, instead of looking like an horror movie, it seemed like quite a natural commercial. This to say that these technologies not only automate, but improve over time in terms of quality. The second option is using AI to empower. This was quite a fortunate campaign by Coca-Cola, in which this guy is having a Coca-Cola in a museum, and let's say all the paintings animate. You see Mona Lisa taking care of a Coca-Cola, passing it to a pirate in another painting, and going back to this guy. It is the use of AI in order to do things that are hard to do in reality. The third way is what Lexus did. Lexus made this experiment, asked AI, starting from a brief, write the screenplay of a commercial. And then asked Oscar-winning, Oscar-awarded director to create the, let's say, script and the movie generated by AI. What are these three examples about? About the three possible uses of AI: automate, empower, or inspire. We can use artificial intelligence in order to do completely things that we don't want to do, or that we could do, but they are not value-adding. We can use AI in order to do the things that we used to do better. Or we can ask AI to inspire ourselves. For instance, processing those data that are simply too long, too expensive, too heavy to process. Of course, we have to take care about the confident uncle, as Balázs said in this regard, which means being inspired by AI is very possible. Of course, given the fact that you would be able to do that kind of thing even without AI, which is tricky, but under a certain viewpoint, it's interesting. You have to be able to supervise AI, which means you have to be better than AI. Now, let's get practical. Balázs has already shown you a possible application. Basically, you can develop a kind of process, Python-like or whatever you please, by introducing this kind of thing. Write a code enabling an automatic notification to the technical manager, Andris Ozola. They said to me that it is quite a common name and surname in Latvia. Guess who told me that it was? Of course, ChatGPT. With his department's contribution is overdue by more than a week in developing a quote. In automatic, go on the CRM, insert the opportunity reference taken from CRM, and write, "Dear Andris, we sent you an RFQ for the opportunity number, blah, 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 more than a week ago. Would you mind hurry up, you lazy bear?" And actually, this is the answer that you get from ChatGPT. It's a Python code, believe it or not, with some good adjustments, this can be done. Processing of this thing, I guess, if you're good with Python and you know what you're talking about, maybe 5 minutes. There have been consultants that somehow have been paid for this kind of thing. We will go back to this until a few years ago. This is an experiment made by ChatGPT of renewing the Professional Development Academy of the Latvia University. You can like it or not, but still, this is what ChatGPT thinks about the possible logo. So, can you see? Basically, some actions that in the past used to take a long time actually shortened their lead time. Of course, the result, both in the Python code, in this creative exercise and things like this, are to be refined, are to be supervised. They're not yet perfect. But of course, if you think about the total amount of time that you spend on these activities, well, it shrinks. Of course, we have to keep in mind that there are some jobs that are paid upon the time you spend on that. So, for instance, setting up the Python code I was mentioning before was paid up until a few time ago in working days. If working days become working minutes, of course, there is a problem with value. I agree with somebody I was talking before about this topic in saying that AI will not necessarily destroy jobs. It will destroy work. That is different. That is very good potentially, but of course raises a question. Which part of my job actually creates value? This is the issue. Also, Balázs before was talking about this. There are some things that we do in our professional life that create value, and some other things that simply do not. In order to address this point, we have to start from the starting question. Creating value for whom? Because basically, inside of our organization, there are situations in which we create value for the customer. Sometimes we create value for the organization itself. The typical situation when we do something because our boss asks us to. We create value for ourselves, and sometimes simply we don't create value and we are fully aware of it. Are those tasks that generally are the most top-heavy to carry out, the ones that we don't understand why we are carrying out, and the one that we self-criticize. The good news, it is very likely that these very last activities will be the most accelerated and erased by AI. So if you want to see optimistically what is going on with AI, probably AI will be a good shortcut for cutting out useless meetings, useless emails, and things like this, if you want to be optimistic. Of course, if your job is organizing useless meetings, well, probably you will have to reinvent your job. It's what is called innovation. What are the applications of AI? I'm showing you just, a very, very rapid carousel on this. In my opinion, these are 5 of the most important issues that will be impacted in business. Automation of repetitive processes, data analysis, innovation and research and development, marketing, customer experience and customer service, training and similar activities. Let's make some examples. Automation of repetitive processes. We have already talked about Amazon. Basically, a first important industrial application of things like this is there are some operations such as, for instance, going to find where a specific SKU, a specific product is inside of the inventory is carried out by humans. This is not only expensive and quite useless if you think that it doesn't add this much value, but it is potentially dangerous for the operators. And in some cases requires a double check because there can be mistakes. In the very case of Amazon, this process, they have started automating it. They have robots going around and finding where the products are. Data analysis, some application, diagnostics, analyzing a DNA test or blood exams and things like this, there is the possibility to find out some things that simply analyzing it with the eyes of a practitioner cannot be found out. There are some new forms of tumor that have been, let's say, developed a kind of early diagnosis thanks to this kind of thing. Computer vision. Computer vision means letting the camera, for instance, on a smartphone, on a mobile device, on a camera on a tractor, to take pictures of fruit, leaves, and issues like this in order to understand if they are ready, if they have a disease, which kind of disease do they have. Prediction. Prediction is about, for instance, understanding that, statistically speaking, the machine that I use has a probability of 1.3% of making a defect. And given the succession of the operation on it, seeing that it is quite likely that one of the next 20 pieces is going to be a defect. Then this is a prediction. What makes the difference, of course, is deciding whether we want to work on prevention. That is, since I know that in the next 10 cases there will be a defect, it means that the next 10 pieces will have the 10% probability of being a defect. Is it better to stop the machine and change the parameters introducing the defect, or accepting the risk of having a 10% defect rate in the next production lot? This is the kind of job that generally managers should do. And finally, multimodal analysis. For instance, this is an application that was introduced. Cows, when they have specific disease, change their sound. So if you use microphones in the environment, there is the possibility to understand if there are some problems with cows, simply listening them doing okay. According to the tone, is okay, means something different. Okay? And then in innovation and research and development, what are the possible applications? The magic mirrors, for instance. Magic mirrors in which you go in front of it, and thanks to computer vision and some AI, they give you the possibility to see you dressed up with that very piece of clothing that you would like to buy. Or making production, even series production, much more customized. For instance, giving you the possibility to have your can of Coke, the color, the shape, and issues like this you want. Which doesn't seem a great development for mankind, but if you think about your companies, very often, especially when you are in manufacturing, introducing flexibility makes a difference. Marketing, customer experience, and customer service. Balázs has already said you some things. Once again, there are different models. There are models in which customer service is completely automated, which means the chatbots we used to have. Okay? We interact with them, we have automatic answers, and that's it. Other ones are supervised. What does it mean? It means that there is an operator interacting with you. Simply, the AI agent suggests the answer. And there is the possibility for the operator to filter it. Now, I'm giving you a statistics from Italy. I don't know if in Latvia it's the same thing. The 85% of the interactions with chatbot in Italy nowadays last less than 2 messages, one of which is, I want to talk with a human operator. Why? And here comes the deal. Because chatbots were introduced to cut costs, not to improve the service. The typical situation, customer service may be a value-adding activity, but in order to save money, I cut a value-adding activity, leaving just the non-value-adding one. A typical mistake, the mistake that we have to avoid. In order to understand what is value-adding and non-value-adding, you gotta be smart. And in fact, artificial intelligence is not smart. It's intelligent, which is a little bit different. There is an Italian philosopher, Luciano Floridi, who used to say that AI intelligence is equal to 0. It's completely true. What we call intelligence, that is the ability of understanding what is right, basically, is the only thing that AI is not able to do. AI is executing. Being smart, being intelligent, means understanding how to deploy your ability to execute. If we have to think about the relationship between humans and artificial intelligence, I would use this metaphor. Artificial intelligence is your army, you are the general. This is the point. And we can use these kind of things also to make the world a better place. For instance, giving the possibility to this person to interact with the rest of the world. Once again, the ability to execute of artificial intelligence is very, very good. Nonetheless, our AI needs somebody telling it to do the right thing. And this is your role in the era of AI. Just to be clear, I don't know if you made this kind of an example, it's quite interesting. Try ask ChatGPT to make a summary of the top 50 novels of the 20th century. In less than 1 hour, you will know about literature, about the stories, about the innovation of these romances and novels, more than you have learned in 5 years of high school. I don't mean to say that that is the target, because if that is the target, you will be outside of the market. The question is that in 1 hour, you compress all the knowledge or most of the basic knowledge about a topic. This is a great thing if you think. The example that I always make is think about a computer science engineer and think about how many things an engineer in computer science had to learn 20 years ago. This much. Nowadays, this much. Because over the last 20 years, there has been a lot of innovation. But still, Bachelor of Science and Management and Master of Science in Engineering last 5 years. The same hours, the same time, many more things to do. So what is the result? That either we accept to teach, even today, the same things that we taught 20 years ago, but probably we are training a future unemployed, or we have to cut the basis and we just specialize. And the result is that this student probably will be unemployed in 5 years because technology will evolve and he will not have the basis to embrace it. So, what is the great impact of this thing? Compressing the time of learning, giving the possibility to personalize the training experience. This to say that AI is potentially a very good, let's say, agent for us. So new skills emerge. The intelligence of identifying the opportunities. It's an imaginative power skill that is required. Knowing the possible solutions. Balázs introduced us some of the possible solutions by AI, but there are hundreds of them already available in the market. Understanding which one is the best one for us makes a difference. Third, being able to supervise AI, which means being knowledgeable enough transversally to both supervise and understand if AI is wrong. What is the new approach? What I was mentioning to you before. That is understanding what is value adding and what is not. Whatever company in the world deals with either of this problem, either it has too many customers, and so it cannot satisfy properly each and every of them, or it has too few customers, so it has an excess of production capability. There is not a third way. We, as manager, have to understand, in the first case, what are the activities that make more value for the company and for ourselves. Understanding which products, which customers are the ones that deserves our attention. And working on automation on the other ones. In the second case, if we have an excess of production capability, either we are producing something useless, so we are going to die, or, as it happens very often, we have not found the right opportunity. And AI could be the one suggesting us how to move forward, for instance, in making this reasoning. I have an excess of production capability. It means that I can be very quick in producing a product. If I find a customer that is very sensitive to delivery time, and I target it with an offer about timeliness, it is very likely that I will find new customers. Try to see this thing this way. Inside of every organization, there is a constraint. Either I have too many customers, this is a limit of my capability, or I have too few customers. And so the constraint is the fact that I have not enough customers. Trying to understand how to work on these constraints to create value will be your human role in an AI-generated world. Thank you very much. Paldies.
Grazie. Grazie. Nu, ko, mēs esam tikuši līdz, es vēl drusku parunāšu, bet mēs esam tikuši līdz pirmajam pārtraukumam. Un vēlreiz neliels atgādinājums, ka ikvienam no šiem runātājiem jūs varat arī uzdot savu jautājumu, lietojot šo LinkedIn QR kodu šiem 4 atslēgas runātājiem. Un noteikti, ja reiz mēs esam šeit, atmetiet ziemeļnieciskumu un pauzē pieiet klāt un pavaicājiet, ja jums tiešām ir kas vaicājams vai precizējums vai mazums ir ierosināms. Es uztaisīšu 2 sekundēs balsojumu. Man izstāstīt, par ko mēs otrajā daļā runāsim, vai jūs tāpat visi labi zinat? Viss kārtībā, jā. Tad skrienam tālāk, izkustamies. Šeit uz ekrāniem varētu parādīties arī laika atskaiti. Liekam 20 minūtes pauzītei. Ja kas ārā, tad pasauksim jūs un paaicināsim atpakaļ un tiekamies jau nākamajā daļā. Ēdam telpas visi ir veiksmīgi atgriezušies, un kas priecē apmēram tādā pašā skaitā, kā uz turieni aizgāja. Tas nozīmē, ka jums šeit ir labi un svarīgi atrasties. Esiet vēlreiz sveicināti, mīļie draugi, pēc zināšanām un pieredzes augstošie, un arī tiešraides vērotāji. Konferencē vēlreiz cilvēkvērtība, mākslīgais intelekts, kur satiekas cilvēks un tehnoloģijas. Paldies, ka esat kopā ar mums, un paldies arī nozares ekspertiem par teorētisko, praktisko un reālo pieredzi, ar ko jau šeit ir dalījušies un vēl dalīsies kolēģi. Un tūdaļ mēs raudzīsim atbildēt uz jautājumu, kā attīstīt prasmes, kas ļaus uzņēmumiem veiksmīgi sadarboties ar jau augstāk pieminētajiem mākslīgā intelekta aģentiem. Un mums tālāk nāks mūsu pašu Latvijas Universitātes kādreiz absolventi, kas nu jau ilgus gadus ir izveidojusi globālu karjeru ārpus Latvijas. Viņa ir inovācija diplomāte, līderības eksperte un konsultante, kas sadarbojas ar valdībām, jaunu uzņēmumiem un Fortune 500 uzņēmumiem mākslīgā intelekta integrācijas jautājumos. Viņa ir darbojusies arī Google un Meta, vadījusi spēļu biznesu, iegūstot Meta balvu par inovācijām. Šobrīd viņa konsultē Harvard Business Review, Techstars Hub 71, NIOM, kā arī Google for Startups. Un viņa ir starptautiski atzīta runātāja ar vairāk nekā 100 uzstāšanās reizēm visā pasaulē. Šobrīd darbojas Dubajā un Rijādā. Man vienmēr ir prieks un gods šo garo sarakstu nolasīt, jo tas ieliek tādu labu pamatu. Inovācija un digitalizācijas eksperte Kristīna Frolova-Ļašenko. Lūdzu.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, I love this room. It's so sentimental for me to be here, actually. As you heard, I've been talking many times at different conferences, but being here today after so many years, it's very, very special to my heart. So you can probably hear that I'm a bit nervous. I'm going to do my presentation in English. I do understand Latvian quite well, but if you will start talking in Latin, it will take way longer. I think double time of what we have here. So let me stick to English first, and let's start our presentation. So you can feel it, right? The world is moving with the lightning speed. Technologies, they accelerate our lives and everything today. And they change everything. Everything gonna change. And we really need new playbooks, new mindset. And when I say everything, and I think my clicker, is it working? No. Can I have a little help here, please? Yes. So yes, back to that. Everything is changing, and when I say everything, I mean everything. So what does it mean? It means the way we manage our teams, the way we communicate with our families, what type of employees we actually hire, what do we do for our health, what do we do for our happiness. Everything is changing right now, which means that we have to adapt and we have to learn first, and we need to get ready for those changes as well. And what would you feel if I tell you that by 2030, nanobots will connect our minds to the cloud, the way your laptops, the way your phones, your watch are connected today. And by 2035, you actually would be able to talk any language. Can you imagine? It's like you spend all your life learning the language, and now you can speak any language. And you will be able to drive the cars, and maybe, obviously, there will be driverless cars. But you will be able to program your own body. So we're going to be funnier. We're going to be way better at communicating with each other, way better communicating with machines as well. And these are not my predictions, not at all. And this is one of the home tasks. I want to give it to you because I always love to give something so then you can reflect on it and you can actually find your own truth because the world is changing so fast. So one of the homeworks is actually look at the Ray Kurzweil's TED Talk. And he is a director of engineering at Google, and he is quite well-known innovator. So you will see a lot of these icons for the picture. So feel free. It means that I thought that might be this word for you to take in a picture. So once you see it, you can just take a snap. So thinking of it, how does it make you feel? Do you think that we might be merging with machines at some point? It's actually the case, and these are the talks right now globally, and especially in innovation hubs in the world, that in the next 3 years we actually need to decide, are we gonna merge with them or are we going to be separated? Obviously, but then let's me make a step back and ask, okay, but what is the AI? What are the machines? What is the AI? So I've been involved in machine learning AI in different companies since 2012, actually. So since my first job at Google, then at Meta, then I left, I've built my own business and in AI space as well. And I've been working with so many different AI companies and non-AI companies actually as well. And Google storage is AI-driven, right? Machine learning-driven. The Meta ads is backed by AI algorithm. The Uber and Bolt operates with obviously machine learning in place. Otherwise, how people and drivers will match with each other. So if you think of it, like everything has been there for a long time. It's been there already. Like there is no question, is that the future? No, like forget about it. It's not about, is that the future? It's about how it actually helps you today to optimize your own life, to optimize on a professional level. How does it help you today to optimize your career, to help your teams to become a better company, how it helps us to become a better society as well. So yes, AI is one of the greatest innovations. I do believe in that. However, with everything like massive like this, there is always a but, right? So it's one of the greatest innovations, but one of the things I would love to pay your attention to today is actually another talk. You can find it on YouTube. So there was a Bloomberg interview a year ago, I think, with the CTO of OpenAI, which is a ChatGPT, which you know now about. So I'll be using some terms, some things, so much for previous speakers for actually introducing those terms. So the interview, the special part which caught my attention was about, there was a question, is AI actually hallucinating? So is actually AI giving those wrong answers just by mistake? And the answer was like, well, not really. The thing is that we really want AI to be human-like. Let's think of it again. We really want AI to be human-like. What does it mean? Why then do we train AI to we train with the traits which we have as human beings, but not the best ones? So what does it mean? Let me again make a step back here and let me repeat what I was saying. So when the CTO was asked, does it hallucinate? It says, no, we want to make it like a human-like. Why? Because when people actually don't know things, they make them up. I mean, yes, but is that the best of us? I mean, is that those who has the highest emotional intelligence or they know about the consequences? No, but yes, it's one of the common threats which humanity has. So AI is already trained to integrate with us. So while we're here thinking of, okay, do we actually need it? It's not such a question like this, not at all. The question is, what exactly you are doing today, what you are doing tomorrow in order for this to help you? I want to mention another example. I don't want to name the names here, but there was another AI agent which was tasked to play with a chess engine. And the task was, you need to win the game. So the game happened. Have you heard of this? Had anyone heard of this case? I can see a couple of people. Amazing. So amazing. So it was asked, okay, well, it was asked to play. It's played, it's won. Great, for the first time, not bad, right? Okay, it's played again. Again, it won. How come? Like, I mean, chess is a quite serious game here, right? So what they did, they checked the data and they checked the code. Basically, that AI rewrote the rules of chess game to win. Was it allowed? Was the task like this? No, it wasn't. This is what I want you be aware of, okay? And this is what we need to take as it is. We cannot, it's not about saying it's good or bad, not at all. It's about us understanding what are we facing, at what states of involvement and growth of technology we are, and how we can use it for our best or not. I guess I have to introduce still myself because I didn't do it at the beginning. So my name is Kristina. It's my pleasure to be here. I am a very proud alumni of Latvian University. I'm a very proud student of Irina Bausova. I finished the studies here in when 2012, and I actually at that time was already in Ireland. So as I said, I spent a couple of years with the big multinational companies, from very junior positions to actually running the expansion to emerging markets to through different sectors, non-digital natives, digital natives, gaming, AI, and then I did wear the hat as well of founder. So I did work on my own technology, and now I do work with very different initiatives, like you name it, from doing the workshops on AI integration for directors of MasterCard globally, to being one of the judges of Crown Prince of Dubai, his initiative of Apple Olympics, where we were selecting the most innovative startups of the world to be actually funded by Dubai government. And I'm very proud as well to be one of the team and still a mentor. So I do work a lot on the ground. So be one of the mentors of NEOM. And then you maybe heard of NEOM. This is one of the giga projects of Saudi Arabia. It's one of the future cities. And so the program is actually, there was investment done in the gaming companies for them to later on be able to move to NEOM once NEOM is built. And actual companies receive funding, and we are mentors working with them. Why I'm mentioning this to you? I just want you to make sure that the big names of the big brands doesn't make you feel that, okay, those are multinationals. They have all of those powers and resources. What about smaller businesses? Like, what about that? You know, my opinion is that the world is changing so much that it's actually not only my opinion. Like, if we look at the stats, the future really is changing everything in terms of especially what would be the composition of the companies. You will see the smaller companies of 3, 5 people will be leading and having the same share of the market as the largest corporates today. And I already saw so many different startups which has 1 or 2 founders, and they have different AI agents working for them. And that's enough. That's enough to be running all of the, and you saw a lot of great examples of different automation there. So this one, I don't want you to actually take a picture of this because this is old already. This is like 24th of February. It's so old, like 2015, 24th of February. So this is a list of AI agents which were launched at that week, not even a year, not even a month. What does it say to us? It means that, whoa, there is a lot to research and to learn for us, right? It should be super exciting for all of us, because it means that every single task which you hate today, or which you are not best at, you can find something to actually help you to navigate and to optimize your time. And if we think of, okay, what are the AI agents and what is the AI? So we all know that I hope all of you tried already and interacted with at least Gemini or at least ChatGPT. So you know that it really depends on how you make the prompts. It really depends, like, what are you asking and what is the information you're feeding there, and like how you're asking the question. You can have a conversation. And the thing is, I've been using it for more than a year, and I've been using AI as well. So a couple of different tools. One is Perplexity, and another one is Auto AI. Those two I basically used to record all of my mentorship sessions. Now, can you imagine in a year time, I basically can duplicate myself. Why? Because I had so many repetitive things, and now at least maybe not repeating, maybe not cloning myself, but at least maybe I can make a playbook and make it available to more people rather than only those 6 to 10 studios I've been working in directly. So for me, it's like opportunity as somebody who holds the expertise and knowledge, and all of you, everyone has the expertise and knowledge in something. All of you. And the problem is that we always, not most of the time, we don't really value it because we think, like once you got it, you're like, that's not so important. Like, everyone has it. No, that's not true. And actually, this is where you really need good colleagues and friends to remind you what you're good at, because this can help you to find you revenue streams. This can help you to find yourself in this expertise. But let me come back on track because I went into the lyrics here. So yes, I want to show you so AI, as we said, okay, you can communicate with that, you can research with that. One of my favorite one is Perplexity, really working with the PDF files and doing the proper research. It's like a friend of mine recently told me it's like they were researching for the abandoned place in Italy, like a castle in Italy, and then if there would be a program by government which would cover it. So they actually found the place and they went there and they got it, and now they have a castle in Italy, and now they will work on actually recovering it. So, but that's all came from the idea. And this is one of the things which I want to share with you. If you had any idea before, like you were like, curious, what if this? Or what if this would exist? Does this exist? Stop just thinking. Now you go and you actually check. You actually check with the ChatGPT, with Perplex. It doesn't matter like what are you going to use. You can actually check if this exists in the world, if it has space or place in this specific country, or is it can it actually be built without the code or with an AI agent help? What is the AI agent? So AI agent now can execute as well. And we discussed a lot about it today already. And one of my actual examples was about the traveling as well, because I experienced the AI agent was at Meta in 2018. We actually had our own AI to like a travel agent, which would know my preferences on travels and would book everything for me, hotels. And at that time I was like, wow, that's such a genius innovation of Meta internally. But now time passed, I'm like, hey, like now it's available to everyone. I still think it's genius, but now I'm super happy because everyone can have access to it. Because when I was talking about it, people were like, no, there is no way it actually exists. This is Manus AI, which was launched actually on 5th of March. What is it? Less than 10 days ago. So I think I'm loading, the video is loading. So basically it's 50 tasks being executed at the same time. It's not available yet. I mean, I'm on a wait list too, so if you go on the website, you can subscribe for the wait list. You will see a lot of creators on Instagram, LinkedIn, and X actually offering you to participate in competition in order to get access to it. Believe me, I did participate in all of that. I didn't get access yet. I'm not so lucky, but if you follow me on LinkedIn, once I have it, I will share it with you definitely. It's very exciting times, right? The question would be is that actually, what would you delegate to it to do now? Okay, we know it can do. What's now, right? And this is where I need to help you today, and this is where I want to kind of navigate your thinking. So leaving this day to day, going home and coming tomorrow to your business, to your work, or thinking of new adventures in your life, you actually know where to take it to. Yes, why emotions are here? Why are we talking about the technology and then boom, we got the emotional aspect? Well, the reason for that is that this is the only few things which the AI, which is machines, are not really yet can actually replicate. It's a matter of time. It is a matter of time. So I've been working on emotional AI, and I found a way how I can actually extract emotional imprints, which would make you come back to certain things or to buy certain things. Things which you before would never be able to digitalize, like texture, scent. Some of the products we were having, people were labeling as the smell of mother's hands. Would you ever imagine going to e-commerce shop or store, L'Oreal or Drogas, and it says, actually, this is travel friendly, smells like your mom's hands, this is a fancy packaging to show up, and this is really real things, real emotions which people actually have around those products. So I'm mentioning this to you because it's a matter of time. Yes, emotion is not fully replicated yet. However, today, emotions are driving 95% of our purchases. So if your business has any type of conversion on your website, choosing the loan, choosing the service, or maybe buying something, why conversion is low? Usually it's the standard of the industry, it was 2 to 5% maybe. Why it's 2 to 5? Well, because 95 is emotional, and we always were appealing to what? Rational, right? Each website, it's about rational. It's your measures, it's the qualities of the product, right? So for those who actually have any type of e-commerce today, I would like you to think of, okay, in the next 3 years, 40% of buyers on your website will be actual AI agents. How would you optimize your website today? Because the colors will not help anymore. The blinking buttons will not help anymore. So it means that you need to find new way, right? New way to communicate with your consumers. New way to show them your values. And I will get to that. So AI agents will control 40% of your purchase decisions by 2030. I just said that. AI will displace 85 million jobs worldwide. By the way, this was in the World Economic Forum in the report, the Future Jobs Report in 2020. So this is actual report. I didn't make up numbers. It's not about my opinion. I'm just sharing with you some facts which we have online today. So then you can make your own judgments, okay? Yes, but simultaneously it will create 97 million of new jobs on the market, which is great. Why? It means that the next 5 years there will be jobs which we didn't even imagine will exist. Why? Because there is a companies will be created which you cannot even imagine today. Every day I face those companies and I cannot believe it. It's like I removed the habit of being shocked with the things, because it's every day to my hands coming some startups which are doing things which I would think would be never possible. And by the way, in addition to those 97 million, there will be, 24 million new jobs. That's because of the greener economy, which is fantastic. And about 1 million jobs because of the moving to very similar renewable energy. So that's another sectors for you obviously to look up to. So biggest intergenerational, such a complicated word, shift of wealth is happening. So by 2030, Gen Zs and millennials, they will basically hold the control of 68 trillion in wealth. What does it mean to us today? It means that people will move faster, execute faster, will be able to get access to consumer faster. And why? What else? Because they speak same language. So if I say gamification, have you even thought of having gamification, let's say, among your tools or within your company or as a tools for your consumers? And by the way, there is a half of populations plays games today. So they used to those actual leaderboards or progress bars. So this is another thing to think of. And to all of this, the question is like how it will happen. It's like, and why it's happening. One of them, it's actually 90% of routine tasks will be displaced. So everything which you are doing today, and it's literally repeating. So once you did it 3 times, imagine it will not exist tomorrow. So you can think of, okay, start tracking those things for yourself. And I already mentioned that there will be companies which are having 1 or 2 employees, and they will be having a huge market share. And it's all possible today. And the thing is that we are moving so quickly that we've never been before in the same situation where we actually need to update our technological thinking so fast, so quickly, like every day. It's like it's not just be learning every day, it's actually having a routine of injecting in yourself and learning constantly things and being aware. And it's not being aware of only one side or another side. You really need to get exposed to very radically different opinions. So then you can make up your own mind. And there are 5 skills I want to highlight today. So let's say if there would be only 5 skills which I would call out as, something which I saw among the best executives, best team players, people who are going through transaction in their lives from one job to another job, to students. So there are 5 things. 3 of them digital, 2 of them social. Actually, more related to emotional intelligence. So the first one is actually building awareness. So I think I mentioned it a couple of times. I don't want to repeat it myself too much, but sometimes when we repeat, we learn, and we learn better, right? So continuous learning, it's something which should be part of your daily routine. So the way you have a habit of brushing your teeth, same way you have a habit of putting 15, 20, 30% to learning of what's happening in the AI world every day. And this should be done for your teams as well. You should motivate people to do that. The best way, actually, one of the best ways is when you assign certain KPIs to your team members and you say, okay, now you're going to be a champion in AI generation, everything visual, pictures, videos, etc. You're going to be, let's say, a champion in research, analysis, financial forecasts, for instance, etc. So then instead of putting everything on one shoulders, on one person, or actually everyone would try to research on the same things, you're having this super powerhouse of people now who are great as like a subject matter experts in very different areas. And then this is actually how we worked back at Google many years ago. It's like everyone will be like a policy expert, risk expert, and then something very difficult is happening, you're going to this person, and then you learn with that as well. So I do it in the way of like 30 minutes in my calendar is blocked. And sometimes I do it not in the same time because like I come around the thing and I have to dive in. Sometimes it takes more time because I actually really need to test it. And I give you another person to follow here. It would be my first stop. She actually doesn't know that I exist, by the way, so it's not a promotion here. But that's a person whose content I really love. She's great with producing very like short type of content for like, you know, very often to be able to digest what's happening in the AI world in very, very simple words and language. I actually did a course with her on AI as well. It was good. Second part is, I think I'm out of time. Am I? Team, am I out of time or I didn't have it? Okay. Sorry, I was enjoying this so much with you. So I really love your attention here. So I didn't notice that time was out, but do you have like 5 minutes? Thank you. So the second part, and this is my most favorite exercise. I do it with my team. I did it with my teams. I do it with myself regularly. So what do here? You basically take a blank white paper, and then you have those 4 columns. And then I just recently did it with actually my new business partner. It's like for us, it was great to figure out who's going to do what in our business. So one, you write, okay, these are things I love doing. And when I do them, I just lose track of time completely. I love doing them and I wish I can do it for like 24/7. The second thing is that this is what I'm good at, but you know what? I don't want to do it for more than 30 minutes. It's like I'm good with the spreadsheets, really. I'm good with the business modeling. But if I can delegate it to somebody, I would rather delegate it and then, you know, I will just check the quality. I don't want to do it for the whole days. The third thing would be, okay, what you are not good at, but you would like to learn. So what is this new skill you want to get? And then the fourth one is that what you have to do at work, but you really don't like. Like you really don't like. I'll give you a very quick example. Many years ago, I had a fantastic team, like a sales team. We were doing expansion to emerging markets, 28 markets to manage. 9 people, top, like a consultative sales, best people. But and everyone is performing, but like they're not happy. I'm like... It felt like something is off. Like everyone is doing great, everyone is motivating. I will not call the company out, but like something was off. So I did this exercise and I figured out, which was actually 10 years ago, that all of my team members, like 60% of them, they hated doing like a follow-up emails and doing the data analysis, like a research before they contact the client. And other 40% actually loved doing it. And I'm like, why are they all doing this? Like, if I can take this from shoulders of these guys and put it to them, and so they can exchange, because we're going to have what? KPI on the team level. And then everyone wins. They all have their own KPIs, and then they have team KPIs. So this is what you can do with yourself today, for yourself as an exercise. This is what you can do with your team, because this is where you start your journey with actually AI agents as well. Because now you have basically a playbook, and now you know what do you need AI to replace you with? Like, what do you want AI to do for you? Because if you don't like doing the research, okay, here you go, perplexity. Okay, and then you know what questions to ask. Now you go to another AI and ask, okay, give the response, and you say, this is the thing which I'm not enjoying doing. Which AI tools I can use for that to automate it? Here you go. Establishing your voice online. I will run quickly through this. This is... this is another session. I think we need to do the full session on this. What does it mean? It means that believe me, I moved countries and I moved companies and I moved from being in my own company to advising company, and through everything I saw is that your presence online today is one of your biggest assets. And it's not just for you to get a better job, and it's not just for you to actually become a popular. No, this is your protection mechanism. And we forget about it. Because sometimes you move to the companies and people cannot stand top performers like you. And sometimes things are happening which are actually not really relevant to what you did. You never did it, but for some reason their whole room was around. How do you protect yourself? By having very strong digital brand. Because when you have it, then people cannot really talk so much about you, or they cannot move you because it's not so easy because it's a part of, now you're part of the brand. So, and I will not actually talk I would love to, but it's too much to talk about, okay, how much you can drive as a company. Like one of the greatest examples we have in UAE, there is a HR, which is talent acquisition agency. Like all of their employees, the whole team, everyone is actually doing the posts online. When they post, it's like they have same background, but everyone has a different voice. Like I'm opening my LinkedIn and it's like a full of their teams. And I love how they do it. They're like, okay, we meet some client here. We're going to hiking here. This is our results. Like next time when I go to search for the talent acquisition company, where will I go? I mean, I already know how they do their work, right? It's like I know that they're able to manage this type of clients. I know that they're able to, navigate through the very difficult situation and different economies. So this is definitely for you to think of. And last two. So these are the soft skills. So when I do any type of workshops or any type of boot camps on digital transformation, I would always do boot camp workshop on emotional intelligence. Because guess what? If the leaders of the company, if they might understand that the changes required, we need to move forward with innovation. But even it might be not the leaders, maybe it's like actual employees, maybe it's just new hire who came and it's like completely sees the picture, guys, you're doing everything old school, like let's change it. If one of this or all of them, they don't have a persuasion skills, if they don't have influence skills, nothing will happen. And this is what I saw so much. I've been working with so many companies which like, let's go. We're going to be the most innovative one. And then boom, 3 months later, nothing is moving. Because it takes a lot of time to go through it. Why? Because it's a change. People don't like change. And we need to start loving change. And this is one of the skills which we have to build. Otherwise, we will become irrelevant very quickly. Ethical persuasion, it's important. Ethical, it means that values first. It means that you are not going into persuading somebody just for your own sake. You understand that you are not breaching that thin line because there is no way back. Because once you start using it for something which is not really ethical in terms of business, clients, partners, it's again going to affect your image a lot. So I mentioned the value first, and then another one is self-reliance. So self-reliance, what does it mean? And it's like one of the top skills to think of, to developing in yourself and think of like where I am with that. So self-reliance means a lot of things. There is a book I'm going to recommend you to read. There are 7 steps of self-reliance. And one of the things is that like if we look at the top executives and founders and the great team players, they don't complain about somebody or something. They don't say this is that's fault, this is a politics, this is a country. They always take responsibility and they prepare for everything and they know whatever is happening with them is their own choice. And it's complete mindset shift. So I will finish with that. I will give you the book to read. I highly recommend you doing this. And the very last note, yes, I can see that you still need a second. Yeah, you would love the story. Read about it. She's brilliant. She was in transition of Internet of Things in Middle East. She was one of the executives at Google, at Netflix. And if you look at her story, in parallel what's happening with her, like you'll be very much surprised how the woman made it. And my very last thought, which I want to leave it to you with, is in the world of machines, really, in the world of machines, people need people. Thank you so much. I just gave, maybe if you can have a slide back, I gave you my WhatsApp, so it's my direct contact details. There's no my assistant. You can just jump directly there if you want to have contact with me. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Tas ir ekskluzīvi. Paturam šo slaidiņu vēl kādu brīdi. Liels paldies vēlreiz Kristīnai Felovaļaščenko.
Thank you.
Un šobrīd es droši vien ļoti labu tiltiņu vispār uzmetu uz nākamo runātāju, runājot par to, ka mašīnu pasaulē stāsts ir par attiecībām tomēr starp cilvēkiem, ka to nekad nevajag pazaudēt, un iespējams, ka to pierādīs arī mūsu nākamais stāsts, jo, ja reiz mēs šeit esam cilvēki, kuri ir vai nu darba devēji vai personāla daļas speciālisti, tas viss ir par uzņēmumiem, tas ir par pārdošanu, tas ir taiskaitā arī par labu mārketingu, un kā tad mūsdienās visas šīs jaunās prasmes, par kurām mēs te runājam, iet kopā ar mārketingu, kā mūsdienās raudzīties uz biznesa attīstību, pārdošanu, kādas ir galvenās tendences, kādas tās būs, kādi principi vairs nedarbojas un kādi darbojas un darbosies, vai biznesam nav jākļūst par lielu tieši cilvēcīgākam. Ļoti iespējams, ka atbildes uz šiem jautājumiem jau tūlīt sniegs B2B mārketinga un biznesa attīstības eksperts ar vairāk nekā 30 gadu pieredzi. Viņš ir specializējies pārdošanas stratēģijās un starptautiskā tirgus paplašināšanā, vadījis nozīmīgus projektus jaunu uzņēmumos, franšīzes ķēdēs, izplatīšanas kanālos un pārdošanas komandu organizācijā. Un šobrīd viņa galvenā uzmanība ir vērsta uz uzņēmumu ienākšanu jaunos tirgos un pārdošanas stratēģiju transformāciju tieši digitālajā laikmetā, veicinot arī ilgtspējīgu izaugsmi. Šodien mums ar stāstu Smarketings, B2B un biznesa attīstība, galvenās tendences un jaunās prasmes pie mums viesojas Giorgio Fiamengi, Milānas Politehniskās universitātes mārketinga fakultātes viesprofesors. You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. Ciao tutti. I got up this morning at 4 o'clock. So apologize. Great. I apologize if my English is quite slippery somehow. But I come from Cremona. Cremona is very well known for violin makers, Stradivari, and I'm very proud of it. And I met Cristina only 2 hours ago. I work with Lucio Lamberti and his team, and you will find a lot of touch points in my presentation, starting from Christina's perspective. But I want to let you have a very effective, concrete application of all these things on a business development wise perspective. So I think that many of you are involved as an entrepreneur and manager to develop the business of your company. Is it right? You go internationally, you have to develop the sales. That is my job. All my thread of my career has been developed in the business development. So now I'm grandfather, I'm 61 years old. I can't believe it. And I attended this school more than 30 years ago, and Lucio called me as a teacher of his team. So we'll talk about some new words, marketing, and then emerging skills that people that are dealing with B2B are engaged with. But the main sentence that I want to remember, that is my sentence, is in business development, the action-reaction principle is no longer applies. What works are network and the ability to attract. Let it mean what it means, this sentence. Let's start from data. Now, the 57% of interaction between customers start completely self-service. So I can contact the company when I already did a lot of things, individually and even now with the acceleration of artificial intelligence. 97%, the cold calls doesn't work. 75% of purchasing is influenced by social media. B2B and not B2C. But the most important figures is 6.8 people, and now it's even more. So there are more than 8 people that are included in the purchasing process of the company. So the first spoiler that Cristina told me is that the paradigm is the paradigm of many to many, people to people. let's understand how to manage it. Another thing, Christina was talking about emotions. Now, the new paradigm means that there is a new perspective. So if you try to understand what is B2B and B2C, of course, B2B is mainly where you have a higher standard of knowledge, rationality, and you have normally a low emotional involvement. And B2C, on the contrary. The new model is C2C, customer to customer, people to people. And in the world of artificial intelligence, this is the great big news for us, because the human being is much more important. So I can explain you how to manage this. So why? One thing, maybe you can write, you can read it by yourself, but the main concept, that the relationship in an artificial era, in the digital era, is peer-to-peer. So I am a new entry level in a company. I can talk with the CEO of the company if I want to develop the business. But the important is how to manage it. So model is people to people, and the people is peer-to-peer. Because digital transformation flattened all the relationship. If you send an email, how many people answer to your email in one day? I can say hands up. Nobody answered the email. Is it right? Or very slowly, or never. Disappear. Poof. Imagine in the business development when I have to sell you something. It doesn't work. Because now we are in the era of the attraction. In the era of the network. So the model is the many-to-many approach. We are all connected. In our company and in the company that I want to sell something to. In fact, one pillar, one skill that everybody has to empower, that is not new. Networking has been invented thousands of years ago. But now is the fact that we are passing from the era of know-how and the era of know-who. You know me, you connect me on LinkedIn, and we share the alone effort between us. And if you say, I'm good in doing something, maybe people trust you, instead of I'm saying something. So the business development is based on the weak ties. Now, before coming here, wake me up at 4 o'clock in Cremona, we were completely weak ties. But from this moment, if you are connect me on LinkedIn, we are strong ties. And we make business together somehow. Not only sharing the business cards. This is another big news. This is an experiment that has been done. You know the 6 grade of separations model? Have you ever heard of it? Maybe someone of you. But it was a very simple experiment that happened in 1967, 1963, actually. But at that time, an envelope, you can share, you have to send an envelope to a person that you don't know, almost the area, but you don't know the address, no? And you have to give the envelope only by hand of the people that you know. And they made that experiment, and in 6.7 steps, so only 6 steps, all the envelopes arrive in 6 steps. Now, by the digital transformation, and imagine in artificial intelligence impact, now we are able to keep in touch with everybody in the world with 3 steps. Do you use LinkedIn? Who doesn't use it? Who don't use it? You have to. It is mandatory because we are digital avatar. We are a mixture of real life and virtual life. In fact, at the Polytechnic of Milan, I belong to the group of research on the metaverse, on the virtual worlds, What will be the impact of new technologies in the future? I don't know. For sure, artificial intelligence is the engine of the new technique of relationship between human beings. But Christina was telling that the big news, the great news, that people and human beings will be at the center of the revolution. All the things will be means of relationship, but if it works, we will use it. If not, we'll disappear. So, the concept of networking is building a radio antenna that receives and transmits signals. So our body in the digital environment is like a sort of antenna. An antenna receives messages and sends messages. Because in a virtual world, the networking is becoming more and more important and more effective. We can talk after this talk. You can share, my business card. I don't have a business card, actually. I have only LinkedIn. It's enough. And we can be friends forever. You can share business opportunity, starting from that. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, doing this, 3 pillars to work on. How to explain your value proposition. The value proposition is so crucial for the companies in a world that is overwashed by messages. How many messages do you receive since this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning? I'll give you a question. Do you remember at last one brand coming here? Maybe only Latvia University. Because our mind is too full of messages, and we forget everything. That's the problem. So the value proposition, the value of content, and the meaning of the word will be more and more important. But not only English. Our own language. If I have to attract Japanese people, I must talk in Japanese. Do you catch the point? The tone of voice, in which way to communicate interculturally speaking, and the ability to create value. What you give me? What is worth for me? If I promote, I lose. If I attract, I win. Some topics, what do you have to learn? So the concept is, business development is made of 2 things that is in the middle. I have to develop new customers, so I have to work on the lead generation. I have to contact a new company internationally, in my country, wherever, or I have to develop the sales of the customer I already have. Is it right? This is the basis of business development. But on a company side, which are the techniques that I have to develop in 2025? The inbound marketing is all the technique. Maybe I can show you something that in order to attract people throughout the contents that I deliver through the omnichannel basis. I have to work on the blog on the website. I have to develop social media marketing in all the touch points, in all the digital touch points of the company. And obviously the LinkedIn company page. On a basis of people, we are people, and if you remember the model many to many, every people in a company has to be involved in the business development process. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Because if I'm a technical, I send technical devices or, let's say, software. The relationship is not between the seller and the purchaser. Is made of a relationship. Maybe the right one in that company could be another one. It's not the purchaser. This is the last person that is involved in. So I have to work because I belong to a tribe. So one capability of the skills that Christina was telling you is to understand which kind of tribe we belong to contemporaneously. If I ask you by one, at which tribe do you belong to, and you imagine and you try to answer, you can make networking throughout the tribe that you belong to. I developed the business because I'm very fond of basketball. I can talk with the marketing manager in the NBA teams. I did it. And I used that for other purposes, for other goals of my career as a business developer. Because I belong to tribes contemporaneously. And so have to work on personal branding in order to attract. Which are your superpower? I was telling Christina before. I always mention it because you spoiled my speech. Networking, the capability to networking, to be networking. It is coming back to the past. How to be effective in the storytelling and, of course, LinkedIn profile. So we are talking about social selling. The new era in the digital marketing is called social selling. That is the use of social network by sales and marketing people and teams to identify, qualify, contact, and close meeting with potential customers, with potential clients. I use digital. I start the new relationship digitally, and I proceeded in the real life. So it's always a back and forth because I empower my skills through our digital presence. In fact, if you remember, do you remember the movie Avatar? Let you have a look at the trailer and you understand much more in that 3 minutes what will be the future. Do you remember that guy that was a Marine without legs transformed himself in an empowered soldier, no? But I can give you only 3 tips. There are many tips that you can summarize from that. First of all, you have to have a why to go in a mission. When you go on LinkedIn, when you go social, when you go and try to test something, you have to be very clear in mind what is your why. Why do they make business with you? It's not to say, oh, okay, I have the best products and services, and what will be the answer? You are saying that. You have to attract it somehow. So that every time you go back and forth in a mission that is digital, then you proceed a relationship in teams, taking a plane, organize an exhibition. There are many tools, and in fact, 30 years after I started to study marketing, because I'm a mechanical engineer, actually, our job is much more complicated. The second, that your reputation is the outcome of the value of your network, from know-how to know-who. So that is why the network is so important. Because there's somebody, word of mouth, will say, oh no, my business is made of word of mouth. To me, words of mouth means nothing. Means nothing that is not, if it's not supported from real things, a real share of value. That is work. Third, the LinkedIn language, so grammar and tone of voice. So when you talk on LinkedIn, why my digital avatar talk on a digital based, talk in a different way. We have to learn new languages. Obviously, English, it's in a language of interchange, no? But your digital avatar will have a different tone of voice. And the tone of voice is based on emotion. Because human beings in the digital transformation are always equals. So the intercultural languages become smoother throughout digital. And the basis is informal, more emotional, more direct. I make you an example here for an Italian company. If you want to go internationally, but if you have to make business even in your own country, the process is that. So you don't start from the products and service you have to develop in terms of business development. But you have to start from your country, the values of your country, because people recognize it. Because you belong to tribe. Then the values of your country. The third, the value of your brand. And at the end, the value of products and services. Because in that time, you can attract people. You don't have to promote, but you have to attract. So what is marketing? I used to say is marketing now, because it's a new word. But what S stand for? Stand for sales. Sales drive the relationship. And throughout the new P of marketing, that has phrases, so how to speak, people, and which people are involved in the process according to the many-to-many approach. Then platforms, marketing automation, CRM, digital bases, digital tools will be the future, of course, of the business development. And then processes. So in which way we are able to design processes. Customer journey was saying Lucio in his speech. So I have to know in very detail what are the main problems. What do the customer do, the clients do at their home, in their plants, and then I carry on that process in my company according to the many-to-many approach. Because if I want to make a difference, I have to get into the details. I have to fall in love with the problems and pains of my customers. And I have to know every single moment, every single thing that is happening. Because in this way, we can belong to the same tribe. Then, the inbound marketing, so in order to attract people, work on content marketing, editorial oversight of the sector, Google marketing, SEO and SAM, social media marketing, marketing automation. That was all the new trends in the future, and the new trend of marketing. I skipped something. This is how to another thing. This is a sketch. No, this is a framework. According to the fact that you have to develop a many-to-many approach, and I am a business developer, or I'm an entrepreneur, I am a salesman, I am a marketing manager, I have to understand in which way the people in my company can be close together, in LinkedIn for sure, but even including other digital platforms. Because if we are tough together, tight together, we build up a very strong antennas throughout the fact that we share our networks. So our antenna is so vibrating as is able to attract much more. And in order to understand how is the marketing environment made of, I have to understand not only who are inside the organization of my customer, what is all around. What are the influencers? What are the suppliers? I have to link to this, and I have to get into these tribes. This is the framework that maybe it's, let's say, academic, but is very effective. Because I have to sell, I did the business development on a top brand in Italy. In Italy, we have many excellence. Among many, there is the stone, no? Stone. We import blocks, we transform, we export. But which is the tribe I have to get into to influence the decision of purchasing marble in a luxury villa? I have to understand who is the decider, who is the influencer of the process. So I have a huge tribe, more than 600 interior designers all over the world. So now, that's important because you have to understand who can help you in the business development. And so we have to open our eyes. We are talking about the concept of artificial intelligence, make much more efficient. But of course, we have to understand which is the core of our skills, our competences. I can skip this. No, I can give you this. I can give you this. So this is just to finish this, let's say, short class. Talking about the new thing of the future, you know the 4P models, product, price, place, and promotion. Okay, now we are working on process, people, processes, physical evidence, performances, and then sustainability. But now what is changing? We have to work on the value proposition, on the servitization, on the omni-channel. We are passing from promote to attract, to attraction. People that belongs to network. We have to analyze processes and how is made the customer journey of our customers. We have to pass from physical evidence in physical evidence. That is why we are studying the future of the virtual worlds. Then performances mean data-driven. We have to collect big data and from that, analyzing and suggesting new formulas of success for the future. That is artificial intelligence worth. And then ESG, environmental, social, and government. I thank you, only 5 minutes late. Thank you very much for your attention. See each other. And I wait for your LinkedIn request of connection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgios. Thank you. Right. So, we're going on. Mēs dodamies uz priekšu, un nākamais runātājs, es domāju, būs no citas pasaules, ja tā var teikt, bet no tā paša mūsu visuma, kurā mēs dzīvojam, strādājis diplomātiskajās misijās Eiropas padomē un ANO kosmosa lietu birojā, un viņa fokusā ir zinātne un kosmosa industrija un viņa darbības virziens šobrīd. Kosmosa tehnoloģijas kā digitālo prasmju un biznesa inovāciju virzītājs. Un viņš ir dibinājis Latvijas kosmosa tehnoloģiju jaunu uzņēmumu TimeTag Space, un viņam ir plaša pieredze kā kosmosa politikas un kosmosa tirgus pētniekam tādās organizācijās kā Accenture, Deloitte, Oksfordas Universitāte. Un šobrīd viņš kā Friedricha Candera fonda direktors un stratēģijas vadītājs strādā pie kosmosa kopienas veidošanas, izglītības un kosmosa izpratnes veicināšanas Baltijas valstīs. Viņš ar savu karjeru arī velta tam, lai kosmosa industriju padarītu pieejamāku, ietekmīgāku. Un Kirillis Bistrovs ir mūsu nākamais runātājs, Friedricha Candera fonda direktors un stratēģijas vadītājs, un viņš šodien mums sniegs ieskatu par kosmosa tehnoloģiju lomu uzņēmējdarbības attīstībā un digitālo prasmju pilnveidē. Lūdzu!
Hello, everyone. I just wonder, thank you very much for the presentation. Every time when I hear that I work in space diplomacy, I wonder how many people start thinking that now I'm going to speak about colonization of the moon, alien invasion, and exactly, yeah, this is typically what I observe. I'm assure you, I'm only will focus on practical, relevant, and very down-to-earth things which you can take away today. I'm aware that a lot of you have some doubts and skepticism about what actually Latvia can offer in the space industry. I met a lot of entrepreneurs in Latvia and members of the public that have same doubts. At the moment, I would like to offer you to put aside this kind of doubt, at least for the matter of the presentation. I will be referring space in my presentation, but this you will soon learn that actually is not about space. It's about space-enabled technologies that allow to earn now here in Latvia for Latvian companies. And let me start with the question. Does anyone know this young gentleman, Friedrich Zander? Could you please raise your hand if you ever heard of Friedrich Zander? Okay, this is really impressive. I'm very impressed. I actually recently learned that in Latvia, in general, not a lot of people actually know about this of this person. And just for those who don't know, he is prominent rocket scientist, rocket engineer that studied in Riga around 100 years ago. He was dreaming to fly to Mars, of this Mars exploration by humans. He dedicated, particularly from 1915 to 1933, to work on rocketry until he was actually imprisoned. And even in confinement, he was continuing to scribble researches and calculations on the walls of the cell. His contribution to rocketry was paramount, and he was laid foundation for first satellite to be brought to space, first human to be brought to space. This particular fact placed him and also Riga actually at the heart of space exploration. Friedrich Zander Foundation, the organization I currently represent, continues his legacy by supporting everyone, every space enthusiast who dreams about space but perhaps haven't yet realized their dreams. We support it through innovative consultations, workshops, career guidance, educational courses, in the community building, awareness raising, and space education. Since Zander's time, Latvia was home of a lot of space companies, and actually one of them, actually few of them, were offering something particularly unique and world level. And for example, I would like to focus on Avatech at the moment. So this company emerged as a leading in time measurement technology. They have technology that measures with picosecond precision. In particular, they are leaders for the LiDAR observatories. So LiDAR, it's observatories which sends lasers to skies and do science with that. In fact, half of LiDAR observatories of the world have Latvian timer. TimeTech Space, the company I founded, focuses actually on commercialization space usage of this timer success, because European Space Agency also at the same time recognized the value of this technology to be used in space. So since then, Latvian product flies to space to support European Space Agency mission to the moon. To accelerate TimeTech Space, I have to go to Austria, because this is where one of the European Space Agency Business Incubation Centers are located. But there is a good news. Nowadays, you don't have to go far. We have Business Incubation Center here in Riga. It's a huge change, a big game changer for Latvian startups. About 5 months ago, ESA recognized that by recognizing that Latvia space sector is mature enough, ESA has established Business Incubation Center. And now selected startup will able to gain around 60,000 euros as well as other support to have developed their space ventures. This particular event actually means a very important signal to the Latvian society. It means that starting from Latvian government and all space players in Latvia, they all agreed that space is something important for Latvia, and Latvia can actually have a big say in this area. But let's for a moment zoom out from Latvia and consider European context. I will put aside historical and modern success of Europe in space industry, but I will just focus on one question: why don't we have a space company like SpaceX in Europe? Why we don't hear of such companies in Europe? And there's a particular obstacle which we have in Europe, which we used to have in Europe. Is that we have convoluted and fragmented legal system. You know that there are a lot of member states, they have prerogative how they regulate a legal system. And this was, in comparison to what we have what they have in the US, a streamlined legal system, one for all space ventures. However, there is a very good news. European Commission recently announced that they would like to tackle this issue, and they would like unify a legal system for the whole Europe, actually solving this challenge which I just mentioned. Personally, This particular fact and previous fact about opening ISA Business Incubation Center was a cue for me to start Friedrich Sandler Foundation here in Riga. I believe this is a good moment for developing, working in space industry, the same as AI experience now. But let's move even further and look from the global perspective. Actually, it's a very exciting moment to work in space industry in the moment because it's already experienced 9% growth annually and projected to have such for the next 10 years. But what I would like to draw your attention in particular that the most growth will coming from so-called reach application. You can see that it will even have 11% growth annually. It will reach $1 trillion by 2033 economy together. Reach application, or another term is downstream applications, is exactly space-enabled technology that helps companies on Earth to earn more. For example, Bolt company we use here in Riga is actually example of the reach applications. It's part of the space economy because they use satellite signals and also the chip which you have in your phones to have a connection between the driver and their customers actually. The backbone applications is just like it's everything which we send to space. It's rockets, launchers, the satellites. The Timetech Space company I mentioned is from the backbone application. Before I proceed to my final insight I would like to share with you today from the World Economic Forum from 2024, last year, they have a report on the future of space economy. I would like to introduce this, prominent scholar, Clayton Christensen, and his seminal work, The Innovator's Dilemma. I believe a lot of you coming from the business side have heard of him. He introduced a distinction in the term of innovation, that there are different kinds of innovation. One will be sustainable innovation and another is disruptive innovation. Sustainable innovation is the one which most of the business are looking at and focusing at is incremental increase, focusing on the demands of the existing market, existing clients. Whereas disruptive innovation, the one which usually completely new paradigm, it's often looks at the niche markets and has a power to change the industry completely. And before coming back to space, let me give you one example of disruptive innovation. Internet. In 1990s, internet was introduced and within 20 years, it was able to grasp 80% of the US household market. So this is how disruptive technology innovation happens. Something niche and then it expands. And my final message to you is that low Earth orbit broadband at the moment is prognosed to be such innovative disruptive moment actually in history. It's right moment now, it's a good moment to start working in this area. So to conclude and then proceed to skills needed to navigate all these opportunities, all the space opportunities, I would like to say that space industry is blooming. It will be serving you to become more mobile, more connected, and if you decide to join space industry, also will support you gaining more revenue. And now, how to navigate this space opportunities landscape? I would recommend you to consider microcredit space courses, which is currently been in the process of negotiation. Friedrich Sandler Foundation supports negotiation between Latvian University and European Union Space Agency to create such courses with government support. Another thing which I would recommend is Earth observations. The QR code will lead you to this to their website. This is a course developed with European Space Agency and Latvian University. Last but not least, I encourage you to connect me through LinkedIn and WhatsApp and demand 30 minutes consultation. I'm happy to support you and answer your questions. Either it's space career, you want to have a space pin on your profession, or if you would like to have some business or venture and you want to navigate how they, what kind of, either in backbone or in rich applications cases. This is all from me. Just one last thing, saying that Friedrich Zander Foundation is part of the, I already been turned off, part of the largest space professionals network. So I really recommend to use this opportunity and join. So this is all from me. As I promised, I didn't spoke about aliens, and I hope you found it insightful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paldies Kirilam Bistrovam. Es domāju, mēs paskatījāmies uz pasauli mazliet no citas perspektīvas ar viņa prezentāciju. Un, protams, mēs nevaram nepamanīt, ka mēs joprojām atrodamies Latvijas Universitātes telpās. Un mūsu nākamais runātājs ir Latvijas Universitātes tehnoloģiju un inovāciju pārneses vadošais eksperts, pētnieks un šūnu biologs ar vairāk nekā 15 gadu pieredzi praktiskajos pētījumos, un viņš ir arī Alternative Plants līdzdibinātājs un operacionālais direktors, attīstot gan uzņēmējdarbību, gan arī ilgtspējīgus risinājumus skaistumkopšanas industrijā. Absolvējis 4 starptautiskus biznesa akceleratorus, un tagad šīs zināšanas izmanto arī Latvijas Universitātes inovāciju ekosistēmas attīstībā. Un šodien ar prezentāciju Latvijas Universitātes inovāciju un akcelerācijas centrs no akadēmijas līdz industrijai. Kopā ar mums ir Mārtiņš Borodušķis, Latvijas Universitātes un inovāciju pārneses vadošais eksperts. Lūdzu, Mārtiņ.
Labdien, godājamie kolēģi un Latvijas Universitātes viesi. Priekš jūs šodien šeit redzēt tik kuplā skaitā. Es pieļauju, ka mana prezentācija varbūt krietni atšķirsies no iepriekš redzētajām. Pirmkārt, man arī bija aicinājums to sagatavot latviski. Nezinu, kāpēc tā, bet jā, lai tā būtu. Jo mans mērķis šodien jūs faktiski iedvesmot un iedrošināt vairāk sadarboties tieši ar Latvijas Universitāti un pastāstīt, ko mēs esam darījuši, lai atvieglotu jums šo sadarbību. Tātad mēs esam radījuši Latvijas Universitātē inovāciju un akcelerācijas centru, kas ir jauna struktūra vienība. Šobrīd pastāv tikai 4 mēnešus. Un tā ir vieta, kur idejas satiekās ar iespējām. Respektīvi, mūsu misija šeit Latvijas Universitātē ir Latvijas Universitātes sadarbība ar nozari, dažādām nozarēm, kā mēs zinām, stiprināt Latvijas Universitātes un arī Latvijas konkurētspēju un nodrošināt dažādus risinājumus mūsdienu problēmām un izaicinājumiem arī tieši industrijai. Un šos risinājumus mēs palīdzam caur šo centru novest tieši līdz industrijai un tādā veidā uzlabot mūsu katra un arī sabiedrības kopējo dzīves kvalitāti, jo tātad mūsu misija ir inovācijas novest līdz sabiedrībai, pātrināt šo procesu. Mūsu mērķis tātad ir būt vienas pieturas aģentūrai, kas savieno privāto un publisku sektoru Latvijas Universitātes kompetencēm. Jo, kā jau Latvijas Universitātē, mums šīs kompetences ir daudz un dažādas un plašas, un tāpēc arī radīt šī struktūra, lai mēs šīs kompetences šajā vienā struktūrā labāk pārzinātu un radītu jums šo platformu, kur, teiksim, griežoties pie mums, kaut vai caur e-pasta sadarbība ETLU.LV, ja jums ir kāds problēma gadījums, teiksim, uzņēmumā, jums ir kāds nepieciešams problēma risinājums, tad mēs esam tā vieta, kur atradīs jums attiecīgo pētnieku grupu, izdomās sadarbības formu, pareizo, ērtāko, vai tas ir kāds kopīgs projekts, vai tas līguma pētījums, un palīdzēsim jums rast tieši jums piemērot risinājumu. Tātad mūsu darbības virzieni ir dažādi, sākot no studentu iesaistes sadarbībā ar industriju, kas ir, teiksim, salinkot, veidot šīs prakses studiju vietas, uzrunājot jūs, radīt uzņēmumos. Mēs aizvien vairāk arī iesaistam industriju uzņēmumus tieši studiju kursu satura nodrošināšanā, kas nozīmē, ka aizvien vairāk mēs aicinām arī industrijas ekspertus cilvēkus no industrijas, novadīt dažādas vieslekcijas studiju kursos, kas, es atceros, man tas kā studentam visvairāk patika, tad, kad es redzu, ka cilvēks konkrēti ir atnācis no industrijas, runā no savas ikdienas dzīves, tas students ļoti iedvesmo. Un, protams, arī jūs varat piedāvāt ar šādā te veidā savas, teiksim, jautājums? Jā? Ļoti labs jautājums. Tas ir attiecīgi, par ko mēs runājam. Ir dažādi gadījumi, mēs varam parakstīt NDA individuālu ar uzņēmumu, ar pētniekiem. Mums ir gadījumi, ka mums ir kāds līguma pētījums, un mēs uzreiz ar uzņēmumu parakstām konkrētu šo NDA par to, ka iesaistītie cilvēki attiecīgās lietas neizpauž, un atkarībā no sadarbības formas, kas ir dažādas, piemēram, līguma pētījuma gadījumā konkrēti, viss šis intelektuālais īpašums, kas tiek radīts, ja par to 100% maksā uzņēmums, pieder uzņēmumam. Sadarbības formas ir dažādas, ir varianti, ka tas var būt kopīgs intelektuālais īpašums, bet, kā jau teicu, mēs varam atrast visdažādākās un piemērotākās formas katram uzņēmumam. Tālāk, par tie darbības virzieniem, mums ir šī zinātnes un biznesa sadarbība, kas, kā jau minēju, var būt dažādā formā, tie var būt līguma pētījumi, bet aizvien vairāk un populārāk kļūst tāda sadarbības forma kā kopīgie projekti, var būt nacionāli vai starptautiski. Mēs palīdzam arī veidot dažādus starptautiskos projektu konsorcijus, uzrakstīt šos projektus, koordinēt, ja nepieciešams arī novadīt. Un visbeidzot, dažādi zinātņu ietilpīgie risinājumi jau sadarbībā ar dažādām zinātniskajām institūcijām ir arī mūsu kā centra mērķis šo visu attīstīt. Un te ir piemēri vienkārši katrā no šiem darbības virzieniem, sākot ar studentu, dažādiem dibinātiem uzņēmumiem, beidzot ar dažādiem industrijas flagmaņiem, ar ko mēs esam sadarbojušies. Un tā nav tikai industrija. Mēs sadarbojamies arī atsevišķām valsts iestādēm, ministrijām. Un visbeidzot mūsu lielais mērķis arī šīs starptautiskās organizācijas, ar ko mēs aktīvi sadarbojamies, kā Eiropas kosmosa aģentūra, CERNā un tam līdzīgi. Es šajā vismā esmu kā vadošai tehnoloģiju pārneses eksperts. Tātad šajā schēmā tas būtu tehnoloģijas kauts. Mana kompetence vai mans uzdevums ir pārzināt, teiksim, šajā STEM jomā universitātes kompetences, zināt, kura pētnieku grupa ar ko nodarbojās, lai tad, kad kāds, teiksim, industrijas pārstāvji meklē konkrētu risinājumu, es jau zinu, ar kuru pētnieku grupu runāt par konkrēto, teiksim, pētījumu risinājumu, kas varētu tikt piedāvāts. Bet tas mūsu atbalsts ir visdažādākais, sākot, kā es minēju, šo te projektu rakstīšanu, projektu pieteikšanu, intelektuālā īpašuma pārvaldību, patentu rakstīšanu, tā tehnoloģiju pārnes, teiksim, licencēšanu, kas ir svarīgi gan pētniekiem, gan industrijai, lai mēs, teiksim, novirzītu šīs mūsu izstrādnes līdz sabiedrībai. Un kopumā visdažādāko produktu vadība, tātad universitātes šie pakalpojumi un izstrādnes, lai mēs tās varētu sabiedrībai piedāvāt aizvien aktīvāk un veiksmīgāk uz āru. Un tad nobeidzot šo stāstu par inovāciju akcelerācijas centru, es vēlētos ieskicēt tādas trīs dažādas inovāciju formas, jeb trīs dažādas līguma pētījumus, ko mēs esam savā laikā universitāti veikuši, vienkārši tādā veidā parādot to Latvijas universitātes dažādību. Piemēram, viena lieta, ko mēs esam radījuši, konkrēts līguma pētījums nanosensora gaisa piesārņojuma detektēšanai sadarbībā ar vienu no pašvaldībām, kur problēma bija noteikti smakas, teiksim, intensitāte, izcelsmi. Tas viss, teiksim, mūsu vidas zinātnieki radīja paši šos sakomplektēja nanosensorus, apvienojumā ar mākslīgā intelekta rīkiem šo te smaku kvantificēja, noteica izcelsmi un gal galā pašvaldībai tas viss arī tika nodots pārskata formā, un pašvaldībai bija uzreiz rīcības plāns vai atspēriens rīcības plānam, ko tad tālāk darīt, lai, teiksim, šos te smakas novērstu. Tad vēl viens tāds atkal no pilnīgi atšķirīgas operas uzņēmums Vizulo. Es pieņemu, ka daļa no jums zina dažādu LED gaismekļu ražotājus un izstrādātājus. Šeit arī mums ir bijusi sadarbība viņiem ar skaitliskās modelēšanas institūtu, kad tika uzdizainēts, veidot matemātiskais modelis, lai uzdizainētu konkrētu reflektoru modeli, kas viņu inženieriem aiztaupīja vairāk nedēļu, pat mēnešu darbu. ka teiksim, šie reflektori tiktu prototipi veidot viens pēc otra, lai atrastu labāko. Šajā gadījumā pēc modeļa, ģeometriskā modeļa jau tika veidots konkrēts reflektors, šādā veidā iekonomējot faktiski uzņēmuma gan resursus, gan laiku, nonākot ātrāk pie risinājuma. Un vēl viens tāds absolūti no citas operas, no biomedicīnas, kurā es arī pats esmu piedalījies izstrādājoši, tas bija manā laboratorijā šeit Latvijas Universitātē, uzņēmums Silvanovs. Es pieļauju, ka daudziem arī Latvijā zināms viens no populārākajiem mūsu medicīnas ierīču ražotājiem, uzturbagātinātāju ražotājiem. Ļoti interesants pētījums, līguma pētījums trīs kaskādēs, 3 posmos, kad mēs viņiem palīdzējām radīt šo te produktu, kas ir Allergo nazālais sprejs, kas pasargā no alerģiskajām iesnām, veidojot tādu fizikālu pārklājumu uz mūsu aizdegunas gļotādas, tādā veidā traucējot šo te dažādo teiksim, putekļu, dažādu alergēnu iedarbību uz mūsu šūnām un samazinot šo te iesnu iespējamību. Ļoti interesants pētījums, kā jau minēju, 3 dažādos posmos, sākot no aktīvo vielu atlases, beidzot pat ar dažādiem testiem uz mākslīgajiem audiem, ko mēs sūtījām no Amerikas. Tad izceļot to dažādību un turpinot ar to manu stāstu, šie ir mani dažādie klienti mūsu laboratorijā šeit Latvijas Universitātē, kas atrodas šīs pašas sēkas 3. stāvā. Šie ir dažādi industrijas pārstāvji un ne tikai arī dažādi zinātniskās institūcijas, ar ko mēs savulaik esam sadarbojušies un arī turpinam sadarboties, pētot viņu dažādas bioloģiski aktīvās vielas, to kombinācijas, biomateriālus. Un tā mēs vienā brīdī ar kolēģi arī nonācām pie idejas veidot savu uzņēmumu, saprotot un redzot, kas teiksim, ir tas industrijas pieprasījums, kādas aktīvās izejvielas tiek meklētas. Mēs izdomājām, ka mēs arī varētu, zinot dažādas inovācijas un kas nozarē notiek, radīt paši savas izejvielas, šajā gadījumā izejvielas kosmētikai, caur mūsu zināšanām pierādīt to drošību un efektivitāti, respektīvi mēs paši radām šos te marketinga claims, ja marketinga saukļus, un tādā veidā piedāvāt tās mūsu izejvielas kosmētikas ražotājiem. Un tā rezultātā jau sanāk pirms 8 gadiem mēs radījām uzņēmumu ar nosaukumu Alternative Plants. Šie alternatīvi augi, kā mēs paši sevi saucam par šūnu lauksaimniekiem šajā lauciņā, jo mēs izmantojam tādu unikālu šūnu audzēšanas tehnoloģiju, lai iegūtu šos te dabīgo augu šūnu biomasu, to nevācot dabā, bet audzējot mākslīgi bioreaktoros. Tādā veidā mēs teiksim, no vienas lapiņas, kas ir ievākta dabā, varam iegūt šo te augu biomasu tonnās. Un tad, kā tas izskatās, tā es mēģināšu palaist. Nē, varbūt var palaist no pults. Tur uzklikšķinot, uzbraucot, būtu iespēja, vai arī man šeit jāpalaiž. Ja, vai nē, kur tas ir? There's a laser next. And, vai mēs varam viņu palaist kaut kā? Jā. Okay. Tas nekas tur apakšā ir vienkārši video par to, kāds reāli izskatās laboratorijā, ka mēs no vienas lapiņas dažādām manipulācijām varam iegūt sākumā tādu neglītu kalušu un kultūru, ko mēs tālāk introducējam šķidrajā barotnē šūnu suspensijas kultūrā, un pēc tam šīs suspensija ir mērogojama jau 10 kg, 100 kg un pat tonnās. Mēs šo biomasu savācam, apstrādājam, ekstraģējam, un tad beigās iegūstam šo šķidro izejvielu, ko mēs turklāt vēl testējam uz cilvēku un dzīvnieku šūnām dažādām. Un beigās šis šķīdums ir tā mūsu izejviela, ko mēs pārdodam kosmētikas ražotājiem. Un, teiksim, kosmētikas ražotājs ieliekot šo mūsu izejvielu savā gala produktā, kas bieži vien ir par tikai 0,5, 1, 2 vai 3%, faktiski caur to savu produktu stāstu un efektivitātes pētījumiem mēs viņiem radām marketinga saukļus visam produktam, kas faktiski balstās bieži vien uz dažām aktīvo vielu komponentēm. Bet tas ir zinātnē pamatots, konkrētos eksperimentos pētījumos pamatot iedarbība. Šie te dažādie saukļi, kāpēc tas ir labs stāsts, jo tā ir viena no zaļajām tehnoloģijām, tā ir ilgtspēja, mēs neizmantojam zemes resursus, mazāk, teiksim, izmantojam ūdeni, neizmantojam toksiskus kaut kādus šķīdinātājus, mazāk enerģijas izmantošana, mazāks, teiksim, nospiedums uz bioloģisko daudzveidību. Tie visi ir dažādie šie te mārketinga, sales, teiksim, mūsu šie pārdošanas saukļi, ko mēs izmantojam, un gal galā arī pati efektivitāte un efektivitātes dati, jo faktiski, kā es saku uzņēmumā, mēs tirgojam grafikus, efektivitātes grafikus kopā ar kaut kādu šķidrumu. Jo bieži vien jau tas, ko ražotājs meklē, ir kā tad tas iedarbosies, kā viņš var atsaukties uz klientu, ko tad šo kosmētiku lietojot klients iegūs. Tas ir ļoti īsi. Tā kā man bija tikai 10 minūtes, mums ir šobrīd radīti 6 dažādi produkti ar visdažādākajām iedarbībām, ko visu var apskatīt arī mājaslapā. Un šo prezentāciju es gribētu nobeigt ar tādu slaidu, kas jau varbūt konkrētāk attiecās uz jums, par to, ka Latvijas Universitāte kopā ar Latvijas IT klasteri realizē projektu, kurā uzņēmējiem ir iespēja piesaistīt praktikantus un gūt reālu atbalstu uzņēmuma iekšējo biznesa procesu digitalizācijā, digitālā brieduma testa aizpildīšanā, droši vien ir dzirdēts tāds jēdziens. Un tas ir arī veids, kā faktiski iepazīt jūsu nākotnes potenciālo darbinieku. Šeit var redzēt to saiti, ko aizpildot jūs varat pieteikties kā uzņēmums šāda atbalsta saņemšanai, vai rakstiet jau uz manis minēto sadarbību@LU.LV. Mēs jums noteikti šo pieteikšanās formu nosūtīsim, un jums būs iespēja pieteikties un piesaistīt kādu studentu, praktikantu, lai palīdzētu jums veikt šo digitālo transformāciju. Paldies, tas arī no manis viss. Varu vēl uzlikt atpakaļ šo te saiti, ja nu kāds vēlās nofotografēt. Jā, un rakstiet, nāciet pie mums uz Latvijas Universitāti, Latvijas Inovāciju akcelerācijas centrs. Mēs atradīsim veidu, kā ar jums sadarboties un kā piedāvāt, teiksim, risinājumu jūsu problēmām. Paldies!
Paldies Mārtiņam Bordušķim, Latvijas Universitātes tehnoloģiju un inovāciju pārneses vadošam ekspertam. Man ikdienas darbs ir, varbūt kāds to ir pamanījis, ir ziņu veidošana un ziņu tālāk došana radio un televīzijā. Un, ir ziņas, kuras nevar gaidīt, un es vienu šādu pat sociālajos tīklos pamanīju, kas ir ļoti cieši saistīts ar šīs dienas tematiku. Parasti no šīs iestādes ziņas nav pārāk labas, bet šī gan būs laba. Korupcijas novēršanas un apkarošanas birojas ir noslēdzis sadarbības memorandu, šodienas ziņa, ar Latvijas Universitāti, Latvijas Universitātes Matemātikas un Informātikas institūtu par atzinumu sniegšanu saistībā ar mākslīgā intelekta sistēmu izmantošanu, nekur citur kā priekšvēlēšanu aģitācijā. Tā kā ļoti, ļoti radniecīgs temats mūsu šīs dienas sarunai, jaunākās ziņas, dažu minūšu pauze, bet kā un vai ik viens no mums var pievērsties reāli mākslīgā intelekta pielietojuma attīstīšanai? Tieši uz to mums ir gatavs iedrošināt nākamais eksperts. Tāpat īpašs uzsvars viņa prezentācijā būs uz to, kāda ir saistības starp superdatoriem un mākslīgo intelektu. Par to mums ir gatavs izstāstīt fizikas zinātņu doktors, Latvijas Universitātes Skaitliskās modelēšanas institūta pusvadītāja tehnoloģiju laboratorijas vadītājs, Latvijas Universitātes EuroCC projektu vadītājs doktors Jānis Virbulis. Lūdzu.
Jā. Paldies. Sveicināti visi šajā vēlajā pēcpusdienā. Tātad mazliet atkal cits aspekts, varbūt mākslīgā intelekta būs manā stāstā. Tad es mēģināšu pastāstīt par mākslīgā intelekta saistību ar superdatoriem, vienā vārdā sakot. Nu jā, sākšu pēc ievada ar to, kas ir superdators, pēc tam viņa 3 galvenās pielietojuma jomas, ko šai datoros dara, kur tad beidzamā būs šai stāstā lielāk, kas ir tieši mākslīgais intelekts. Es esmu no Latvijas Universitātes Skaitliskās modelēšanas institūta, tas ir tepat augšā, 5. stāvā mēs atrodamies. Jā, un mūsu institūta galvenais darbības mērķis ir sekmēt inženieri fizikāli orientētas nepārtrauktas vides procesu, pētījumus industrijas vajadzībām, kā arī sagatavot speciālistus šajā te jomā. Mūsu institūtā ir 30 apmēram zinātnieki, un mums ir arī savs skaitļošanas centrs ar nelielu superdatoriņu, tā varētu teikt. No otras puses pārstāvu arī šai brīdī Latvijas augstas veiktspējas skaitļošanas kompetences centru, ja, kas ir izveidots tieši šīs te skaitļošanas popularizēšanas un izmantošanas, veicināšanas nolūkos visdažādākās dzīves jomās. Ja, te mēs esam sanākuši kopā RTU HPC centrs un LU skaitliskās modelēšanas institūts. Ja. Tad mēs nodrošinām labprāt dažādas bezmaksas konsultācijas, tā skaitā arī šai gadījumā par mākslīgā intelekta risinājumu ieviešanu, ja tie ir tādi palielāki risinājumi, kurus var pieskaitīt jau pie šo te superdatoru pielietošanas, ja, konsultācijas, mācības un tā tālāk. Tātad, jā, kas ir superdators? Tad augstas veiktspējas skaitļošanas klāsteris. Klāsteris, tas nozīmē, ka tajā ir saliktas kopā vienkārši vairāk datoru vienā. Ja? Un tipiskais šeit viens ir parādīts, kas pirms 3 gadiem bija pasaulē 3. lielākais, tas ir saukts Lumī, atrodas Somijā, Kajanī pilsētā, patreiz jau tas ir tikai vairs 7. lielākais pasaulē. Ja? Tas tā vienkārši sakot, apmēram 5000 ļoti labu datoru ir salikt kopā un savienot ar ļoti liela ātrumā savstarpēju datu savienojumu. Ja? Un savukārt tad augsts veiktspējas skaitļošana ir šīs datortehnikas izmantošana kopā ar efektīviem, optimizētiem un paralēli uz vairākiem datoriem izpildamiem algoritmiem. Ja? Un tas tiek darīts tādos gadījumos, ja vienkārši tie datoru resursi ir pārāk mazi, lai to darītu uz jūsu personālā datora, ja? Vai arī jums neregulāri vajag lielas skaitļošanas jaudas kaut kādu reti veicamu uzdevumu veikšanai. Jā, kas šeit superdatoru jomā notiek, tad te ir tādi grafiki par to, kā viņi attīstās laikā. Varētu teikt apmēram, ka tā top 500 kopā pasaulē skaitot tur maksimāli ātrākie vai lēnākie, tajā top 500 vai vidēji, ja, tā jauda pieauga, tas ir logaritmisks grafiks, tātad reizi 5 gados 10 reizes apmēram šī jauda palielinās. Tad 10 gados jau 100 reizes. Tā kā tā datortehnikas attīstība visiem nav noslēpums, arī mūsu telefona apmēram tāpat attīstās. Ja. Tad Eiropa ir uzsākusi neilgu laiku atpakaļ, mazliet atzīšanos pakaļ Amerikai šai jomā. Ja, tika novērtēts, ka tas ir svarīgi, mēs esam mazliet atpalikuši, ja, un tad tur ir vesela tāda ekosistēma izveidot, ja, kur šī superdatora Eiropā kādi 8 apmēram ir šai pēdējos gados uzbūvēti. Ja. Tad arī algoritmu attīstību šiem datoriem, kā es teicu, tur vajadzīgi speciāli paralēli algoritmi un arī kompetenci attīstību, ar ko tad mēs tad konkrēti nodarbojamies šajā EuroCC projektā. Jā, tur tajā grafikā redzams arī, ka mēs esam mazliet pacēlušies tuvāk ASV šai gados. Jā, tad pielietojuma jomas. Pirmā ir tāda skaitliskā modelēšana, es viņu nosaukt. Ja. Tur tas ir no atomārā līmeņa līdz kosmosa līmenim, ja, bet pa vidu tad varētu izcelt, tajā atomārā līmenī tās ir materiāla īpašības, arī farmācija, visas šīs jaunās zāles un tam līdzīgi, ja tas tiek darīts ar skaitlisko modelēšanu. Un otrais tāds labi pazīstams, varbūt mums tādā lielākā mērogā, visas pasaules mērogā, ir laika prognozes. Ja, tas ir tiešām tas, ko mēs visi no HPC lietojam, viņas nepārtraukti uz daudziem serveriem, daudzās kompānijās griežās šīs prognozes, dažādas precizitātes, dažāda ilguma, ne tikai 3 dienām, mēs jau 2 nedēļu prognozes skatāmies, un viņas ir precīzas, un mēnesim ir, un pusgadam, un ir klimata modeļi un tā tālāk. Ja, tas ir tāds viens liels pielietojums, un tās jomas ir pētniecībā, industrijā, šī pēdējā tad būtu industrija, droši vien tā laika prognožu industrija arī, un akadēmiskajā vidē mazliet mazāk nekā pētniecībā. Jā, tad pāris lietojumu piemēru, tas mūsu pašu vienkārši. Mēs arī ļoti daudz ar industriju sadarbojamies šajā jomā, ja jums kaut kas tāds līdzīgs nāk prātā, protams, labprāt arī palīdzam. Ja. Šeit video arī neiet man, nekas varam iedomāties, ka tur plūst gaiss, ja, un notiek kaut kāds spiediens uz ēkas sienām, šāda projektēšanā var precīzāk noteikt to, vai arī tad pa labi tā būtu tur vīrus vai CO2 koncentrācijas pārnes, kur tad laikā piepildīt šo telpu. Jā. Tā, vai esam ieviesuši arī kopā ar kādu kompāniju, jūs redziet, var dabūt arī atbalstu šādām lietām 100% šai gadījumā. Pat tas bija, ieviesam, ka tādu uz augsts veiktspējas datora optimizāciju ražošanas procesa kā tādu soli pa vidam ievies. Ja no sākuma ārsts nomēra šo te salūzušās rokas formu, ja, pēc tam viņi cilvēki mazliet priekšapstrādā to, pēc tam dators stundas laikā apmēram to optimizē, kā tad būtu tas optimālais katram pacientam šeit nepieciešamais tas fiksators, viss, gan stingrību, gan vieglumu, gan arī droši vien ātrumu tai drukāšanai mēs optimizējam tur, un tad beigās viņš kaut kādas 15 stundas vai 12 tiek panākt izdrukāts, un nākamā dienā tas ir gatavs. Ja, šāds te var būt viens piemērs vēl. Otrā lieta uz tiem superdatoriem ir lielo datu apstrāde. Ja? Tad pasaulē ir savākt ļoti lielu datu, ir pastāv iespēja šos datus ļoti daudz arī savākt. Ja? Un tad viņi ir kaut kā jāapstrādā, un bieži vien tas pārsniedz šos te, arī reālu parasto datoru atmiņas, ja tas iet jau tā nepieciešams ir tur terabaitu atmiņa operatīvā, tad jau tas vairs uz parastiem datoriem neiet. Ja? Jā, te es varbūt nekavēšos, tā kā laika nav daudz. Tad mākslīgais intelekts. No mana viedokļa varbūt definīcija būtu tāda, ka tā ir datorzinātņu nozara, kas nodarbojas ar datorprogrammu veidošanu, ja, kuras spēj veikt uzdevumus, kas parasti prasa tad, varētu teikt, cilvēka intelektu. Mēs to tā kā salīdzinām, ka šī uzdevuma parasti tiek veikti, tikai cilvēks tos var veikt. Ja. Un būtisks tajā ir tas, ka šī te nozara, vai tās programmas, viņas izmanto datu apstrādi, lai programma pati spētu iemācīties likumsakarības, nevis kāds viņām pateikt to priekšā. Ja? Tas ir tāda būtiskā otrā definīcija varbūt, un tad to var visu iedalīt to mākslīgo intelektu dažādās kategorijās, kur vienkāršākā un pirmā bija mašīna mācīšanās, tas ir vienkārši algoritmi, kur mācās no datiem un mums kaut ko palīdz atrisināt, vai dziļā mācīšanās, kur jau tā saucamie mākslīgie neironu tīkli ir iesaistīti, vai tagad pēdējo gadu desmitē vai mazāk ir LLM šie te īpaši lielie neironu tīkli, kas trenēt uz teksta datiem. Mašīnu mācīšanās vēsture varbūt īsti tad sākās 50. 60. gados, kad tika definēti šie te neironu tīklu jēdziens mākslīgi, un arī tas pats neirons, kā viņš darbojās, un bija kaut kāda Dambretas programma. Ja, pēc tam 80. gados parādījās jau pirmie lietderīgie modeļi, ja, tas ir, piemēram, rokraksta atpazīšanas mākslīgā intelekta trenēts modelis. 90. gados tie varbūt modeļi palika sarežģītāki, varbūt tāds fakts bija, kad IBM Deep Blue dators uzvarēja tā laikā pasaules čempionu šahā. Ja, tad jau tāds diezgan cilvēcisks sniegums. Ja. Tālāk šie modeļi attīstījās, un 2000. gados varēja klasificēt jau datus, es atvainojos, attēlus, ja, tas bija tāds liels solis, ja, kas šķiet ļoti sarežģīts. Un 2010. gados, tad, pateicoties šī datoru jaudu radikālam pieaugumam, arī tas pacēlās nākamā līmeni un izveidojās šie te transformeri, jeb LLM un GPT arhitektūras, ko mēs tad pagājuši gadu droši vien visi ieraudzījām. Ja jūs paši gribat izmantot pie sevis, es tagad te teiktu tā, diez vai mēs būvēsim paši savus LLM modeļus šeit, tāpēc sāksim ar mašīnu mācīšanos, izmantot. Ir jāzina, ja jums ir ļoti daudz datu, ja teiksim tur miljonos vai tur 10 miljoni kaut kādi datu punkti sakrāti, ja, tad jūs varētu šo te izmantot, ja, un tad šī te modeļa apmācība, ja, tieši tā ir tad šis HPC, kur tas tiek izmantots uz lielajiem datoriem. Pēc tam, kad tas modelis ir apmācīts, ja jūs viņu varat lietot uz savu pašu datoru vai pat uz maziem mikrokontrolieriem. Un tā tad īsumā trenēt modeļus ir dārgi, ja, un ilgi, tāpēc tiek izmantot šie te superdatori. Tur nelielu attēlu uztrenēšanai var būt $100, lielāku sistēmu $1000, pēc tam šie LLM modeļi jau miljonos, un tas pats pēdējais, kas pasaulē eksistē, tas jau ir $100 miljoni. Un te pāris mūsu piemēri beigās, ka mēs paši savā institūtā arī pārtrenējam jau kaut kādas esošas tur neironu tīklus attēlu atpazīšanai, skaņas atpazīšanai vai kaut kādas energoefektivitātes palielināšanai ēkās. Paldies! Jā, nu jābūt dažādībai.
Ļoti praktiski, ļoti realistiski. Es domāju, gan jau, ka šajā auditorijā jūs atradāt kādas dzirdīgas ausis, un vienu dienu viņi jums teiks, ka dienu jau klātienē. Jā.
Rakstiet, zvaniet. Jā.
Tieši tā. Paldies Jānim Virbulim, un mēs jau pēc brītiņa pievērsīsimies tādiem tematiem, kā vispār saprast, ko mums katram un kāpēc apgūt šajā nepārtrauktās mācīšanas laikmetā, kuras digitālās prasmes vispār ved uz panākumiem, arī par to runāsim tādā mazliet neformālākā sarunā, un arī par iespēju tātad ļoti praktiski Latvijas uzņēmumiem apgūt digitālās robotizācijas un automatizācijas pamatprasmes. Visu šo mēs jau pēc neliela pārtraukuma, 20 minūtes, noteikti aicinu iestiprināties ne tikai kādu kafīņu vai tēņu, un lai nedaudz novirzītu domas uz citu pusi un iesmaidītu. Tur ir arī tāda foto iespēja, kur jūs varat nofotografēties, paņemt līdzi atmiņu no šī pasākuma. Tiekamies jau pēc 20 minūtēm. Cilvēkvērtība un mākslīgais intelekts, kur satiekas cilvēks un tehnoloģijas. Un ar nākamo runātāju mēs šeit maliņā pirms brītiņa runājām, ka cilvēkiem ir ļoti dažādas attiecības ar mācīšanos. Vieniem tas ir kā dzīvesveids, viņi nevar rimties un saka, ja es nejūtu izaugsmu, es nedzīvoju. Citi atkal ir krietni citādāk ar citu psiholoģisko portretu. Un nākamās uzstāšanās nosaukums ir nepārtrauktas mācīšanās kā izdzīvošanas stratēģija. Kāpēc, kā un ko apgūt. Mēs vienmēr cenšamies arī nedaudz racionalizēt to mācīšanos, jo lieku mācīties nozīmētu it kā lieku. Un par to mums runās Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveides akadēmijas vadošā eksperte un pieredzējusi biznesa konsultante ar starptautisku pieredzi. Viņa sadarbojas ar Latvijas uzņēmējiem un ievieš inovatīvas apmācību programmas, tostarp programmu adaptīvā līderība. Un viņa arī specializējas līderības kompetenču attīstīšanā un komandas dinamikas uzlabošanā. Biznesa psiholoģi ar stratēģisku redzējumu Daci Lāce.
Jā, paldies. Hei, izturīgie! Man prieks, ka esat šeit. Arī tiem, kas online. Versīšos pie tiem, kas ir klātienē. Paskatieties, kas jums ir vistuvāk blakus un sasveicināties. Un pārmiet pāris vārdus ar tiem cilvēkiem, kas ir šajā telpā. Pasakiet, varbūt, kā patīk, kādas sajūtas. Burtiski 10 sekundes. Lūdzu, nekautrējieties. Pat, ja pazīstat tos cilvēkus. Jā? Ir? Super. Zinat, ko? Man ir prioritāte un milzīga privileģija redzēt jūsu smaidus. Sarunas starp cilvēkiem uzmundrina daudz vairāk kā mūsu superīgās maizītes un kafija. Jo cilvēkiem vajag cilvēkus, kā mūsu dārgā viesa Kristīna jau pieminēja. Un lūk, es esmu šeit, lai savā ziņā apkopotu to, kas šodien te ir izrunāts. Un man prieks dzirdēt, ka gan starptautiskie mūsu viesi, gan manas pārdomas un arī tas, kā mēs strādājam profesionālās pilnveides akadēmijā, pat nepārunājot, pārklājas lietas un domas lido vienā virzienā. Un es gribēju sākt savu uzstāšanos ar tādu jautājumu. Kāds ir galvenais izdzīvošanas uzdevums? Jā? Izdzīvot. Kurš piekrīt? Super. Kam ir citas idejas? Dzīvot. Jā, divas dažādas versijas. Ļoti patīk man šīs atbildes. Tad stāsts ir patiešām par izdzīvošanu un mums pirms tāls man pieteica. Viņš saka, šī tēma mani tiešām ved uz izdzīvošanu. Un patiešām daudz laika un enerģijas mēs veltam tam, lai izdzīvotu. Bet kas tālāk? Un līdz ar to gribu uzdot tādu jautājumu. Ja jūsu visas problēmas būtu atrisināts, pilnīgi visas, veselība, laiks, ģimenei klājas labi, ir finanšu pārpilnība, ir visi resursi, mēs esam labā situācijā uz šīs te planētas, kas tālāk? Ko tu kā cilvēks darīsi tad? Sēdēs lotosā. Vai šis jautājums nav biedējošs? Something good? Yes. Sure. Patiesību sakot, kad es strādāju ar daudziem saviem biznesa klientiem, šis jautājums ir ļoti biedējošs, jo mūsu fokus ir ļoti daudz uz izdzīvošanu. Uz to, kā iekārtot labāk savu dzīvi, kā varbūt salabot to, kas nestrādā, iegūt vairāk labu lietu, vairāk labu pieredžu, atvieglot savu dzīvi, sevi un citiem. Bet īstenībā es gribētu, lai šis jautājums jums neliek mieru vēl kādas pāris dienas, kamēr jūs atrodat atbildi, ko tad, kad viss būs sakārtots, kad viss būs, kas tu būsi kā cilvēks. Un šis ir jautājums, kas ved īstenībā uz nākotni. Kāds es vēlos būt kā cilvēks? Mēs šodien daudz runājam par tehnoloģijām, bet, ziniet, es sēdēju un redzēju plaukstas tajā pirmajā rindā. Jo vismākākā, visunikālākā, visdārgākā tehnoloģija ir cilvēks. Esi tu. Un līdz ar to mēs, protams, virzam savu uzmanību to, kas ļoti strauji attīstās, bet ir arī momenti, ko šobrīd mēs kā cilvēki ļoti palaižam garām. Es uzliku šeit dažus momentus par to, kā šajos apstākļos varbūt domāt savādāk. Šo droši var nobildēt, lai arī tie ir tavi jautājumi turpmākam. Un stāsts ir par to, ka tas, kas ir bijis kādreiz, daudzos gadījumos nestrādā. Un, ja mēs runājam par mācīšanos, tad pirmais solis ir atmācīties vai unlearning. Tātad uztaisīt auditu tam, kas šobrīd man ir vajadzīgs, kas nav vajadzīgs, kā tas strādā, kā tas palīdz, kā tas nepalīdz. Nav viegls jautājums, jo mēs sevišķi kā latvieši, mēs ļoti gribam daudz, visu kaut ko savākt, mums ir pilni kambari ar visu kaut ko, ar pierakstiem no dažādām mācībām, bet kā tas tev palīdz šobrīd? Uz mācībām, tad, kad mēs strādājam profesionālas pilnveidas akadēmijā ar kolēģiem, mēs vienmēr skatāmies kā uz ilgtermiņa investīcijām, līdzīgi kā investīcija tirgos. Tas ir kaut kas, kas atmaksājas ilgtermiņā. Un ir cilvēki, kas mācās katru dienu, un ir cilvēki, kas mācās varbūt reizi gadā, varbūt reizi 5 gados. Un tas ir viss ok, tā tam ir jābūt. Bet, zināt, gatavoties šai sarunā ar jums, es sapratu vienu tādu interesantu lietu. Mēs mācāmies ļoti daudz neapzināti, un, piemēram, kad jautāju šo jautājumu mākslīgam intelektam, cik prasmes dienā apgūst pieaudzis cilvēks, viņš teica, nav tādu atbilžu, nav tādu pētījumu bijis. Bet mēs mācāmies no piedzimšanas, un tā drīzāk tiešām izdzīvošanas virzīta mācīšanās, ja, kā nodibināt kontaktu pirmkārt ar mammu, pasmaidot, un tas ir milzīgs brīnums vecākiem, kā varbūt atvērt visus skapīšus un visus ar laiku iemācīties, kā vecākiem radīt emocijas un tā tālāk un tā projām. Līdz pat tam, kā mēs mācāmies katru dienu kādas receptes, vai kādus jaunus gadžetus, vai kaut ko par saviem tuvajiem, vai uzzinām kaut ko par sevi. Tā viss ir tāda mācīšanās, kas notiek pati par sevi. Un ko es sapratu? Ka cilvēks, kas mācās, ir dzīvs cilvēks. Ja cilvēks nemācās, tie visticamāk ir izņēmumu gadījumi. Jo mācīšanās tas ir par evolūciju, tas tiešām ir par izdzīvošanu. Bet tad, kad esam šeit universitātē, tad, protams, mācīšanās jau ir kā stratēģija. Es pat teiktu, tā ir personīgā stratēģija. Šeit ir viens slaids par to, kādas prasmes vismazāk spējas aizstāt mākslīgais intelekts. Un tās visas, pirmkārt, ir sensorās prasmes, tā ir empātija, tā ir klausīšanās. Jo kas notika tajā brīdī, kad jūs ar viens ar otru sasveicinājāties? Tas ir kaut kas unikāls, ko daba mūsos ir ielikusi. Un tā nav tikai sasveicināšanās, tās ir tūkstošiem procesu, kas notiek tajā brīdī. Un cilvēkiem vajag citus cilvēkus. Ļoti svarīgi tas, par ko mēs domājam profesionālas pilnveidas akadēmijā, ir par līderību. Līderību un pašlīderība. Jo, ja viss ir nobildējuši, iesim tālāk, tad tās ir lietas, kas mums ir vajadzīgas jau šobrīd. Un līderība ir par to, ka tas ir vislabākais izdzīvošanas modelis. Un līderiem cilvēki seko. Nevis tāpēc, ka tā ir teikts, nevis tāpēc, ka tas ir amats, bet gan tāpēc, ka mēs saprotam, kam sekot. Savā ziņā mazs ieteikums Latvijas universitāte ir līderis. Mēs esam spēcīga komanda, kas strādā, kas ir apmācījuši vairāk kā 10 000 mācību dalībnieku. Un mums mācību dalībnieki nav klausītāji, tie ir aktīvi biedri. Šeit, piemēram, mums ir Ināra, Edvīna, kas mācās un atgriežās, un mēs tiekamies. Tāpat arī daudz citi no jums, bet tās dāmas es personīgi pazīstu. Un tas ir par to, ka tad, kad ir mācīšanās, tas ir ļoti svarīgs process, kas nav par informācijas iegūšanu. Tas ir par komunikāciju, tas ir par cilvēciskām saitēm, tas ir par draudzību, tas ir par ilgstošu draudzību, tas ir par sinerģiju. Un pat, ja mēs viens otram nepiekrītam, pat, ja ir konflikti, tāpat tajā ir ļoti milzīga vērtība, kas mums kā cilvēkiem, kā bioloģiskām sociālām būtēm ir absolūti nepieciešama. Svarīgas lietas, kas nav tik viegli aizstājamas, jūs jau arī dzirdējāt citu runātāju prezentācijās, tas ir par radošumu, par to, ka, piemēram, mākslīgais intelekts mums ir jāuzrauga, vai ne? Tāpat tas ir par kritisko domāšanu, ko mēs pieņemam. Vai, teiksim, tā ir, vai mēs sākam diskusiju ar mākslīgo intelektu. Tāpat tā ir empātija, spēja sadarboties un līderība, es jau arī pieminēju. Citāts, kas visticamāk ir dzirdēts daudz, jo dzīve tiešām mainās, dzīve dod visu laiku kādas interesantas piespēles. Un es aicinātu ar šo pievērsties no tādas neapzinātas, no piespiestas mācīšanās, tāpēc, ka dzīve un apstākļi mainās un nāk ļoti daudz jauninājumu mūsu dzīvē, pievērsties mācībām kā personīgai stratēģijai. Un par ko tad vispār viss šis stāsts ir? Manā pasaulē mākslīgais intelekts un automatizācijas, robotizācijas un viss, kas notiek ar tehnoloģiju strauju attīstību, ir par to, lai, piemēram, es un mani mīļie, mani draugi, mani kolēģi, lai mēs varam reāli veltīt laiku tam, kas ir ļoti, ļoti vērtīgs. Nevis mazgāt traukus, nevis nodarboties ar loģistiku, ģimenes locekļu loģistiku, piemēram. Bet būt radoši, būt priekš cilvēkiem, neaizmirst apsveikt viens otru svētkos, piemēram, veltīt laiku. Jo klātbūtne, kad mēs esam viens ar otru, un tad, kad mēs varam veltīt, nedalīt uzmanību, ir tas, kas mūs kā cilvēkus reāli piepilda. Piekritīsiet, vai ne? Un tāpēc mums ir vajadzīgas tehnoloģijas. Un tāpēc pasaulē jau vismaz 15 gadi tiek runāts par tādu lietu, ka ir mainījusies paradigma. No outside in uz inside out. Tātad, ja iepriekš tas bija, ka ārējā pasaule noteica ļoti daudz to, kādi mēs esam, kā mēs jūtamies, ko mēs daram un tā tālāk, tad šobrīd ļoti svarīgi ir, ka mēs zinām, ko mēs gribam. Piemēram, tam pašam mūsu draugiem mākslīgiem intelektam pajautāt kaut ko. Tev ir jāzina, ko tu gribi ar to panākt. Ja? Nevis vienkārši pieņemt jebko. Šobrīd kafiju pasūtīt ir jāzina, ko jūs gribat. Ja? Kāds piens, karsts, silts, no kuras pasaules malas kafijas pupiņām jābūt un tā tālāk. Arvien vairāk un vairāk tas ir stāsts par to, ka cilvēks ir izdzīvot spējīgs tikai tad, ja cilvēks pazīst sevi un ir savā kodolā un zina, ko viņš grib un ko viņš negrib. Un tas sākās no tā, ka cilvēks pazīst sevi. Mums tipiski, piemēram, ja skatāmies uzņēmumu vadītājus, kas šeit ir uzņēmumu vadītāji? Paceļat rokas. Super. Re, kur arī ir, vai ne? Jā, ļoti labi. Ir taču, Kristīna, tā, ka nākas darīt visu kaut ko. Vai ne? Plakātiņu pielīmēt kaut kur. Cilvēki, tur tikšanās, tur līgumi, Arī galvu noslaucīt. Jūs dzirdat, ja? Kur aiziet laiks. Un ko tas nozīmē? Tas nozīmē, ka tāds cilvēks, kā Kristīna raksturo savu darbību, viņi ir viss. Un tāpēc, ka viņai ir laba sirds, viņi grib panākt rezultātus, bet viņi neieguldās tajā, kas ir viņas talants. Un viņas darba devējs pārmaksā par to, kas Kristīna nav. Bet Kristīna ir ļoti talantīgs cilvēks ar milzīgām darba spējām, milzīgu spēju lietas izdarīt unikālā veidā, strukturēt, ja, sakārtot, vienkārši fenomenāls cilvēks. Un to darba devējs neiegūst. Un tā ir tā problēma, kas mūsdienās arī notiek, ka mēs esam speciālisti daudz kur, bet ne speciālisti par sevi. Tad tā ir svarīga lieta, ko es arī gribētu, lai jūsu prātos paliek zināt par sevi, kas es esmu un kas es neesmu. Un šeit nav runa par smalkām zināšanām, par ezotēriskām un tā, kas mēs esam šeit uz zemes un tagad. Un iesim tālāk. Tad mans stāsts un mans ziņojums ir par to, ka cilvēkvērtība ir tas, kas ir svarīgi tam, kam būs būt, un tam, kur es aicinātu nezaudēt fokusu. Jo ļoti daudz straujās pārmaiņas, protams, ved uz to, ka mēs domājam par tehnoloģijām, par visu kaut ko citu, bet ne par sevi. Arī organizējot šo konferenci, mēs ar kolēģiem atgādinājām viens otram, turam fokusu uz sevi. Un ir labi, vai ne? Apkopojot varbūt šīs dienas runāto, es gribu arī mazliet no sevis ielikt par to, kāds ir tad prasmju portfelis. Būs arī vēl viena diskusija par šo, bet kopumā patiesību sakot šīs prasmes varbūt izskatās vienkārši, bet tās ir gana sarežģītas. Tās ir patiešām gana sarežģītas, un praktiski katrs runātājs šodien pieminēja savu, tā teikt, izdzīvošanas komplektu, kam ir jābūt, un katram tas bija ļoti unikāls skatījums, absolūta vērtība, jo cilvēki ir dažādi, mums ir vajadzīgi dažādi skatījumi, un par to ir prieks. Bet es arī gribu, tā teikt, mazliet ar savu piedāvājumu šeit būt. Tātad, pirmkārt, tās ir kognitīvās prasmes, un tās ir gan kritiskā domāšana, gan komunikācija, bet komunikācija, piemēram, tādā līmenī, kā tas, kas angliski ir storytelling, stāstīt stāstus, klausīties, ja? Klausīties ļoti svarīga prasme. Es, starp citu, biznesā nonācu tikai un vienīgi tāpēc, ka es atsaucos uz sludinājumu, kas tolaik bija starptautisks uzņēmums, kur bija vajadzīgs cilvēks, kas mācās, kas māk klausīties. Es no biznesa tajā laikā nesapratu neko, bet es mācēju klausīties kā psihologs. Un te nu es esmu 20 cik gadi vēlāk ar veiksmīgu karjeru, ar savu uzņēmumu, ar sadarbību ar universitāti, tikai tāpēc, ka prasmu klausīties. Bet tā ar vienu ir aktuāla prasme, jo kas notiek tad, kad mēs esam kopā, cilvēki ir ar saviem, es teiktu, mīļajiem telefoniem vairāk nekā viens ar otru. Tas ir liels izaicinājums īstenībā. Otra lieta pie komunikācija ir tas, ka mēs esam ļoti, ļoti dažādi. Lai es dzirdētu citus cilvēkus, man pat tiešām ir jāgrib viņus dzirdēt un jāmāk viņus saprast. Protams, tas arī ir par starppersonu prasmēm. Attiecības ir arvien vairāk un vairāk aktuālas šobrīd, jo tās paliek grūtākas. Mēs kā psihologi redzam ļoti daudz cilvēkus konsultācijās, kas nāk gan ar emocionālu tādu, es teiktu, nogurumu no tā, ka viņi negūst piepildījumu no savstarpējām attiecībām. Un tāpat tas ir par to, ka mēs domājam, kā mēs kā cilvēki viens otram palīdzam, tos kaut kādreiz sauc par win-win pieeju. Tātad, ka man ir labi, tev ir labi, un mums visiem kopumā ir labi. Un, protams, tas ir par pašlīderību, par līderību, tas ir par to, kā īstenībā kā viena no vissvarīgākajām prasmēm mūsdienās vispār ir. Es te ieturu pauzi speciāli, jo es gribu, lai jūs dzirdat tā pa īstam. Tā ir prasme varēt. Vienkārši varēt. Šī te attieksme, prasme, dziļa pārliecība. Es varu. Un tā nenāk no galvas, tā nenāk no prāta, tā nāk, es teiktu, pat ne no sirds. Tā nāk no mūsu dziļākā kodola. Un mēs tik pa laikam latvieši esam priecīgi, mēs sakam, mēs varam. Tad, kad Straumi saņem Oskaru, tad, kad basketbolā vinnē vai hokejā, mēs varam. Bet arī katrs no mums ikdienā ļoti daudzas lietas var. Tikai svarīgi to ir pamanīt, un to vislabāk var ievērot tad, ja tu redzi, kāds tu biji vakar, kāds tu biji pirms nedēļas, un kas ir mainījies, respektīvi pamanīt progresu. Un, protams, šeit ļoti daudz mēs runājam arī par digitālām prasmēm, un tāpat kā vienu gribu šajā brīdī izcelt tieši šī digitālā lietpratība un digitālā pilsonība. absolūti fantastiska lieta. Un mēs šeit esam ar mūsu starptautiskiem viesiem tikai tāpēc, ka mēs kā profesionāls pilnveids akadēmija patiešām jūtamies starptautiski un esam starptautiski. Un tad tie ir viesi, ar kuriem jūs varat tikties un parunāt. Es ieteiktu to arī izmantot. Man salikās beigās tāds citāds, kad es domāju par mūsu sarunu, ka mācies katru dienu vismaz 15 minūtes. Ja vien nav tā, ka tu zini jau visu. Tādā gadījumā mācies vismaz 1 stundu. Jo tie, kas visu zina, šobrīd tas ir slasts. Tam nevajag paļauties. Un noslēgumā, bet es ceru, ka tas paliks starp mums. Labi? Nevienam nesakiet. Ja? Apsolat, kurš apsola, ka neteiks? Es gribētu visu redzēt. Ka es neatklāšu, es varu arī aiziet mājās un neatklāt. Paturēsiet noslēpumā. Ja? Lai dzīvot un priecātos, ir vajadzīgs tieši 2 lietas. Dzīvot un priecāties.
Paldies. Vienmēr ir vajadzīgi cilvēki, kuri prot sarunāties ar cilvēkiem, un tāda šoreiz bija Dace Lāce, un man ir liels prieks, ka viņa arī jūs nedaudz pamodina un sakustina. Un es saku, ka mēs visi šodien esam tās 15 minūtes ar uzviju atpelnījuši vai izpildījuši, un es vispār ielicot pilnīgi citā lauciņā esmu audzis šīs dienas laikā, klausoties visās prezentācijās un mācījies no jums šeit klātesošajiem. Bet mēs ejam tālāk, mums ir dienas kārtībā vēl tikai 2 oficiālie punkti, pēc tam būs neoficiālais, un šoreiz mēs turpināsim ar tādu neformālāku sarunu. Un mainīsim nedaudz formātu no prezentācijas uz sarunu. Un tur viens no tiem centrālajiem jautājumiem, kas tiešām, es ceru, tiks atbildēts un kur jūs arī saņēmist atbildi, kuras tad digitālās prasmes šobrīd ir tās, kuras var iebetonēt to ceļu uz panākumiem. Kas ir tas aktuālais šobrīd vai būs arī pēc kāda brītiņa, jo man liekas, ka mēs visi dzirdējām diezgan daudz tādus gan iedvesmojošus stāstus, gan teoriju, bet praksi vienmēr, vai praktiskie jautājumi vienmēr ir tie, kuru daļa no jums ir izvēlējusies šeit joprojām būt arī noteikti. Un mēs tūdaļ dzirdēsim un redzēsim sarunu, kuru vadīs viena no šī pasākuma namamātēm Anna Būsova, Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveides akadēmijas eksperte, un viņa pati ir aktīvi arī iesaistīta ārpus šīs konferences digitālajā mārketingā, digitālajā komunikācijā un lietotāju pieredzes dizainā. Viņas aizraušanās ir tehnoloģiju izmantošana, izglītības kvalitātes uzlabošanai. Es vēl varētu turpināt, bet Anne ar nepacietību gaida uz sarunu jau runātājus, un tie būs jau mūsu iepazītie Balāšs Horvāts un arī Kristīna Frolova-Ļašenko. Es atdodu skatu jums un mēģinām risināt jautājumus uz priekšu.
Paldies. How should we sit? I go there? So, we are finally at the concluding session of our great day. We have heard a lot of interesting insights, a lot of facts, researches, and what was beautiful that basically we talked about the same topic, around the same topic, from very different points of view, from very different points of the world, because also here our guests today are coming from completely opposite sides with very different background also. And today we mentioned a lot of examples of big companies, big technologies. But when we zoom in, we understand that all these technologies are used by people. The companies are formed by people. The biggest and the most valuable asset that company has are people. And when we talk about skills, competences, knowledge, experience, it's all around the people. And we existed without technology, but technology cannot exist without us. And today I would really like to focus on our discussion on the beautiful two individuals with beautiful success story in their career life. And to hear from you about those skills and competences that brought you here, that were the ingredients of your success story. And hopefully by the end of this discussion, we will finish with a great inspiration feeling, but also we will have maybe each of you could have like 2-3 ideas of what are the skills or competences that maybe are lacking for now, but in the nearest future you can get them in order to achieve your success in your journey. And so, to start, maybe ladies first. Christina, could you please tell shortly about your success story, about your professional journey as a human being?
Thank you. Does it work? Oh, yes, it does. Okay. Thank you so much. So I think I've shared a bit in terms of what I went through, my experience. So you kind of heard of the big tech companies, some of the innovation, being involved in innovation. But like a long story short is that I studied at Latvian University, and I have quite unique case, because I studied here on the ground for a year and a half, and then I moved to Dublin while I was still studying. And one of the very first skills I have to learn very early is actually a skill of communicating. I wouldn't say negotiating, but communicating and explaining yourself. Because I remember I was in a situation I had to go. So I had to leave, I had to go, and I had to talk to all of everyone in the university, saying that I will be studying, but I won't be necessarily always attending. So like how we can do it. So this allowed me to, one thing is that stay in touch and continue my education, but in the same time to already be exposed to very multinational environment. And that's another component, I would say, to communication, because when you are coming with a mindset of listening and trying to understand, and understanding that all of us, we have those like 7-8 layers of how our subconsciousness makes decisions, you understand there is a lot of things people are having as a pre-recorded things. And some people with a higher intelligence and emotional intelligence, they're able to control it, and some they cannot. So you can only take people as they are without fixing them, and then you see how you work around it. So I started with Google actually when I graduated from the university. And before that, I had all of the different types of jobs. I went through everything. I was a babysitter, I was a cleaner, I was a barista, and I was a supervisor, and a journalist even. So, but in many years after that, I've realized that me being there on the front line of being with consumers actually allowed me to see those patterns in people behavior. And this is when I've got so much passionate about one of the things, which is behavioral science. So that was through my whole career. I was very much interested and fascinated by how people actually think and how people make decisions and what drives their decisions. So that's why when I started, for instance, with Google, and my role was very junior, I was like a customer agent, basically. We were dealing with hundreds of cases per day. Another thing which helped me a lot is that something which I studied with Irina Bausova was the business strategy. And me at that time, studying that, thinking, when I finished studying, and I studied vadības zinības, so when I finished studying and I started with the business, big corporate, I still was thinking, putting this hats of a leader on me, and then thinking, okay, if I would be an owner, if I would be a team leader of that team, or I would be operational leader, or I would be, let's say, the director or of this HQ, like, what would be my challenges? How would I operate? How would I make decisions? And then another thing, skill, which helped me a lot, it's always put myself in the shoes of other people and try to understand what they're dealing with. Because when you have this, and then you ask right questions. Then you ask to them and you ask the right questions. That helped me a lot to move. So being in multinational environment, trying to understand other people. And the third thing, I was never afraid, I think. Like, I was afraid, of course, we're all afraid, right? But like, I was throwing myself at everything, which I would see that nobody wants to go the directions. Like, that's not fancy, that's not exciting. And I would be like, yeah, okay, risks, okay, policy, refunds, billing, like, what is it? Analytics, yes, I'll go there. And maybe it's one of the sides of me coming from Latvia, because I grew up not knowing the limits. Nobody told me as a woman I cannot be in tech. Nobody told me as a girl I cannot go and play football outside with the boys. And then when I came to the big companies and I realized, actually, I am one of you. It's like, sometimes I was one woman in the room in tech or later on in gaming, but obviously in those companies I always felt empowered, but still, I guess I did not have the stigma of what I can do or what I cannot. So yeah, long story short, through the career I moved a lot. So I moved a lot of departments because of that. I was so hungry for knowledge that every time basically I realized that I was learning something, and then the moment would come and somebody will go for this and I'm like, oh, I know it already. So probably that's what comes with, you know, when you are in innovation. You always go kind of ahead of time, and sometimes you need to build this road so then others can follow. So being this first, sometimes scary and frustrating, and sometimes you feel like others will judge you. But like, if you don't do it, who's gonna do it then? So yeah.
That's a beautiful story. And we definitely have something to learn from you, and this feeling of being brave and go and do not care about some assumptions that people have about that you cannot. I remember also you shared with me a story that actually Google and those kind of companies didn't accept alumni of particular universities, and you didn't care about it. You still went through, and this brave feeling of yes, I can do it. That's an amazing showcase of how it can turn out, right?
Thank you. Yeah, because I think when it comes to the job market, I think many people already, I think, heard this, but there is a crazy stats of, you know, how women and men are applying for the new job. And then when women apply for the jobs and they see the job spec, they're like going through this checklist and they're like, yes, yes, no, 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 okay, I'm not applying. And then it starts, like, I'm very much, like, I've been working very multi-diverse environments, but what I think we, in general, as a women should learn, it's to be more brave, exactly, and sometimes go for it if we don't have 100% of it. And this is what we can learn from, you know, men in business or men in careers, is that they go with, they have 1 or 2 ticks out of the 10 and they go. You know, so I've heard this a lot from a lot of people, because I've been doing a lot of advisor as well in the career growth. And sometimes first step is the hardest, and this first step can be just coming by and saying hi. So if you do this first step, the rest things, you're like, it's like almost like starting a new task. The first 5 minutes is hard. You just need to start. You just need to put 5 minutes in a new task. Then you can do anything with that.
Yes, thank you. What about you, Balázs? What can you highlight from the skills and competences that you brought you to this success that you have now in your life, professional life?
Definitely not the braveness. I was a real computer scientist, so talking on stage or talking in front of 5 people, telling what's my favorite color, I already had stomachache. So bravery was not one of them. It's passion and perseverance, I think, which I recognized quite late in the career, but a big portion of the success is luck. I started to work in the construction industry when I was 15. Well, not completely legally, obviously, but worked 5 years there and then moved into computer science because I was good at it. And luck, the biggest luck, I think, in a factor that what I was good at, it became trendy. Some of my companies failed miserably. I received €200,000 investment, and then we made all the mistakes that we could have done, and yes, we had to close down business. But learning from failure, I think, is important, and persevering. I always had a big passion to be able to eat. I think that was the first driver in the very beginning, to start a web development company, because I know how to make websites, and that provided me enough to get food while I was studying in university. And later on, luck again came in that 12 years ago everyone wanted a website. So even by the word of mouth, which was not advised that much in previous speeches, word of mouth, I just grew my clientele with my first company. And I got more and more, so I had to hire people, and I had my first 12 employees in my software agency. And luckily, I learned through my master's studies, which I did in Finland, that I think the biggest capital that you have in your career is in the university side, is the people who you are failing your classes together with. Is just making sure that letting people around you know what you are good at or what you are passionate about. And then years later, they will remember you, and then they call you for projects, and then you work together. And if you share a common passion, that's how you develop your career. At least this is how it worked for me. And I think the bravery to shift careers, that's also important, because I was a computer scientist and I burned out of it in 3 to 4 years into the career. I went into management then. I enjoyed that as well a little bit, but then I had to reply to too many emails, so I made a small language model about myself to make sure that I'm automating that. And I ended up in training, being on stage and talking in front of people, which I was the most afraid of. And I realized that I actually enjoy it. So being able to jump out of your comfort zone, test yourself to your limits, and then you might figure out that you actually are passionate about something that you would never imagine before. But yeah, perseverance.
Bravo.
Thank you, Balázs. It's also a very inspiring story. And if you look back, so now you can look at your experience, many years experience, how it went. At the moment, of course, we don't realize what are the skills or competences that are moving us. We realize it only after. And if we talk about today and digital skills and this overwhelming feeling of new skill coming in each new day, a new tool that we need to learn, and it creates this crazy lifestyle where every day you're like, okay, what should I do now? What should I do now? What is the new skill I should learn? Do I have all the skills to be here to do this job? So if we are talking about the now and the present moment and the development of the technology and the digital skills, what would you recommend to focus on from your perspective, from your experience that you see around? What are the 2-3 skills that are the main ones to stay calm, to not to get this overwhelming feeling, and still go through and achieve the success in your career, and to bring this value also to the company you work for?
I think if we start with it's like almost like being efficient, because like we're talking a lot about learning, right? But even to learn, you need to find time for it. So when do you make this time in order to learn this, constantly integrated in your daily life? So like as a very first step, it could be, my question to you would be like, are you digitalizing what you're doing in business? Like, I mean, are you literally, like, do you have a task for each step you're doing? One of the common things that, let's say, when you look at the tech startup, they have all of the tasks for the engineers and have known tasks for business and marketing. And you're like, I mean, but it's still tasks to be completed on time, etc. I'll give you a small example. I've been in a similar situation with the fundraising and then pivoting, so I know how it feels as well. I've been in a situation where I was a VP of the big company running the global strategy for growth, and in parallel actually running my own startup. And at some point I was like, okay, what we can do fast, like better, because obviously we have a run rate based on our funding. And at that time, like I've developed this whole operational system for basically tracking everything we do, and not just the task, but how tasks move. So from one person to another. So how we create this whole journey from idea to, to analysis, to actual conceptualizing, and to design, and then up to the consumer, right? So how this journey looks like. And by the way, it's very rarely when the companies look at the business as a whole funnel. Very often not the sectors, the units within the business, they are separated. And that's actually where you lose time. And this is actually where you lose people, because one department doesn't work with another department. So when I say efficiency, I mean, it's almost the same approach to personal life and to business. So one is like, what is this full funnel of things, what happens from A to Z, and what is A and what is Z? It's like A is idea and Z we sign the client, or A is like what is our vision, and Z its client stays with us forever. Because then those things in the middle, they change a lot. So I'll get back on what I was saying. So what happened, basically I digitalized all of these things, the team was running with us, and then when I realized, and 3 months later on, guess who was the main bottleneck in the business? I was. I was, because I wasn't making decisions fast enough. Can you imagine? Everyone was amazing. Like I had the senior engineers, I have a fantastic team. But I wasn't right on time to make decisions, so then my team can move actually and execute. And I wouldn't ever be able to figure this out if I wouldn't actually digitalize the whole process, if I wouldn't see it. So today with the life and the way, because I have many different businesses happening in the same time, simultaneously in different sectors, from government to corporate to startups. Gaming, AI, digital transformation for non-AI driven companies. So what I do now is that I basically admit that I'm a human being, and I've realized there's no way I have more than 24 hours per day. So instead of having endless to-do lists, this is another life hack, you actually use your calendar as your, and you use the calendar and you block the time in your calendar for your tasks. If you will just do it, if you don't do it now, and if you will do it for the 1 month, in 1 month you will realize where do you waste most of your time. Make it honestly for yourself. Don't show it to anyone. Just make it for yourself. And literally for everything. To watch a movie, to do some homework, home tasks, to spend time with the family, pick up your child from school, I don't know, play the game on your phone if you do it. So that's when it comes to efficiency. And then from that, you will be able to say, okay, whoa, this can be optimized. This can be replaced by AI. This is where I can learn more.
Okay, efficiency. Yes, this is a very important skill to have.
Just adding on that, it's very important to block your time for yourself as well, because sometimes if you go for efficiency only, you end up like I had 16 hours in a day just working, and I had quite serious healthcare issues because of that, and I had to learn how to have work-life balance and actually book time for yourself to actually do gaming, yes. or actually just watch a movie.
Yeah. So can I add on that? I think this is very smart. That's very important that you're mentioning this, because we always think of business as a different resources and how you play this puzzle, how you put the puzzle together, right? But we are in the business, our business resource as well. So if you are burned out or if you are tired, there is no way you will be able to execute. So this fact that you need to still admit that you're a human being. So efficiency, it's not just in hours, but efficiency with admitting to yourself, you know what? I'm the most productive and creative that time of the day. It's like, do not try to squeeze out of yourself at whatever. Let's say for somebody it's the morning and you're trying to do this creative task of 8 p.m. Don't, punish yourself for the fact that you're not being able to execute, because this is not your productive time. And by the way, this all changes, because when you're having this empathy to yourself, you will have this empathy to your colleagues, you will have the same empathy to your team leaders, to your managers, or to your employees and to your clients. Yeah.
Good point. And reflecting to the question as well on what skills do we have to pick up. If I put on my programming hat a little bit, I think the first skill was 5 to 10 years ago is how to Google, or how to Google as soon as possible, and making sure that you don't want to fix something yourself when the result is and the solution is out there already. Now it's prompting correctly, not Googling anymore, and that is getting easier and easier. But again, just for business success, so the different hat, so focusing on innovation, is making sure that we keep free time for ourselves and blocking for learning. It's very good, as you mentioned as well. What can you eliminate? Because what I see when I was in Shanghai as well, talking with a lot of AI experts and talking with how efficient can we be, what other tasks, how many more tasks can we do, we tend to forget that we automate stuff so we have more time. Not because we can do more stuff in that time, but we gain time with that. And that with that time we can use for learning, we can use it for resting as well. Because I see it with students as well of mine in many different countries. They can do way more stuff, so they put an extra job next to it, or they put get more courses because now they can have more credits in one semester. We tend to forget that we actually need to rest, and we need to have time for ourselves, and AI is there to create time for us, to save on these boring, repetitive tasks that we are forced to do. Finally, that time can be freed in your calendar, but make sure that you book also for learning then, and yeah, just building new skills for yourself as well.
If we have executives or business owners in the room, I think it's very important. I think that the fact that when people use using the AI or any technology, even CRM, just a funnel, building the funnel through, from the email to CRM and automatic response. Doesn't matter. Any technology is there to equip your people to focus on what they can do and what they enjoy doing, not to make them more busy. Short term, yes, it's a great sprint to have, but the long term, they will not be able to sustain this way. And by the way, even though we're talking about the AI the whole day today, it doesn't mean that every company needs AI. You need to be prepared. Maybe your digital transformation is actually how you serve your clients, but still you cannot replace everything. It's super important because there is this huge FOMO effect right now. Like there are a couple of clients I'm working with in the digital transformation. So they are in non-digital businesses. I'm talking about hotels and wellness centers, etc. And they're like, we need AI. And we're like, are you sure? Like, what exactly you want AI for? Because AI is like a middle step. We need to do a lot of homework and transformation before with you, including your leadership mindset shift, before you guys gonna be even ready to go into the AI era. And can I add one more on skill part? Because I feel like it will be wrong for me not mentioning this because it's very important for everyone in the room. You need to become your own marketeer. It's like, I'm serious. And what I mean by that is that I don't want you to run today the Google or Meta ads, but what I mean by that is that, and I mentioned this earlier before, and I can see the pattern of people who are able to navigate through the LinkedIn and they'll find their own voice on LinkedIn. They are way more successful with anything which comes to the business generation of opportunities, networking with people, finding the right people in the new countries, etc. So if you don't, and all of you definitely have things to share. So the very first thing which you do, if you don't do it now, because sometimes it's super scary. It's like, oh, I have those 500 people following me, 400 of them I know. How would they judge me for what I'm writing? What would they say? So the first thing you do is that you're like closing your eyes. You're like, you know what? You're just building a skill to just post. Not to post perfectly, not to do the nice post. You just write it in the way it is you. Like you read it and it's you. It's not ChatGPT generated thing. So for instance, I was doing it for a while, and now when I put it in any AI system, it knows my sentiment, it knows how I speak, etc. So now, okay, I can free up my time. But at the beginning, I wasn't able to delegate it because the way it was writing, it was like a copy-paste from thousands of other, sources. And by the way, if you look at whatever the information and data sets the AI is trained on, you know it, right? So you know that all of the digital content hasn't been, diversified. It's been created by a certain type of people. So, and if you look at how many books were written in the history of humanity and how many of them were written by, for instance, women, it's like 0.05%. So what does it mean? Why I'm mentioning this? I just really want to inspire and empower people finding their voice, because there is a huge blue ocean available out there. And there is a lot of different groups of people who nobody is serving to. So if you are going today to the social media, to the LinkedIn, and you're not finding the content which resonates with you, it means that it's your time to start talking, because there is no one talking who can, and every time when you think of the social content and thinking about who you're going to write for, people who will read you or listen to you are basically mirrors of yourself. So when you strategize the content, think of, okay, what me yesterday or me a year ago, what would I wish somebody told me, or somebody advised me on, or give me the life hack that would change my life? That's your best approach. And then you stop focusing on me being judged, or how can I write, or maybe I will not write in the right way. You will start focusing on them. They need to have it. Somebody needs to tell them. So you're putting yourself in the shoes of helping. And when you're helping, you don't care about yourself, because your goal is to help.
Yeah, that's a great advice, and it's a very practical advice, because it's something that we can do this evening after going home from the conference. And this is a very important digital skill that we should have, this digital presence, digital avatar that we put there. We start to share our experience, our opinions, but we also by algorithms, so there where AI help us, we stay in the area where we want to stay. And even if, for example, now in your environment, you feel that something is lacking, for sure LinkedIn is this platform where you can put yourself digitally, but still in the environment where you want to be, and you can learn from those people. So this is a great combination of human skills and digital skills. And for sure what Georgia was mentioning is really crucial. And what we see also now in digital marketing, that these influencers, they become a part of a company. What I mean, that the workers start to share their opinions, they start to share their experience, and they become this even more bigger asset of the company. And like this, you can also support your career, you can support your position in the company, for sure, because if you are communicating and you are mentioning that you are a representative of that or this or that company, for sure company wants to keep you as an asset for as long as possible. Thank you very much. It was short, but very straight to the point, very practical, and in very little time that we had, you shared the most important experience that you have. I hope that for you it was also inspirational, and after this conference you can also have a little moment, block in your calendar for self-reflection, also with the questions that Dace mentioned before. For sure, after such an amount of content that we have consumed today, at least 1 hour of self-reflection and some kind of a strategy about what to do next, how to live tomorrow or next week or next year. That would be, I guess, personal advice from my side, for me and for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dear experts, for your insights. These were very valuable. I can add from myself as well. I was once trying to date a girl, and I was trying to be honest. And I was kind of saying, I'm lazy. I'm lazy, yeah. Why not? I'm so much lazy that I'm ready to do a lot, really a lot, to do less later. So was just trying to be honest. And I think this is the concept that also Balázs said, that you have to take your time. And also what we heard also about kind of using tools effectively to do less later, maybe, and enjoy life.
Yeah, the primary focus is to enjoy life, for sure.
the colleague will fix your microphone a little bit, and I will introduce you for the next part. Tātad pēc brītiņa mēs pievērsīsimies vēl vienai pašai pēdējai praktiskajai sadaļai mūsu sarunā. Un es vēl atgādinu, ka jebkurā gadījumā ir iespējams pat, ja šo cilvēku vairs nav klāt LinkedInā, uzdot mūsu 4 atslēgas runātājiem savu jautājumu, lai pēc tam arī saņemtu kādu atbildi un reakciju un piedalītos manas pieminētajā mazajā izlozē. Vēlāk arī Anna piedāvās nelielu veidlapu, kas jāizpilda, lai varētu tajā piedalīties, bet par ko runās Anna pēc brītiņa? Tas viņas uzstāšanās mērķis būs pavisam cits nekā tikt galā ar izlozi, proti tā būs tāda vērtīga un sātīga sālsmaize vai ceļamaize, kāda sālsmaize, varbūt ar sāli. Jums šīs konferences dalībnieki, proti mēs izstāstīsim precīzāk jau, kā tad tieši digitālo prasmju apgūšanai reāli izmantot līdzfinansējumu, kas nāk no mūsu iepriekš pieminētās investīcijas, un šajā gadījumā tieši projektā Latvijas uzņēmumu digitālo prasmju ceļvedis. Es pareizi pateicu.
Jā.
Anna tad centīsies tā īsi, lai jūs visu varat ātri salikt sev pa plauktiņiem, un mēs skatāmies pulkstenī, saprotam, ka laiks iet, tā kā viss būs ļoti ātri un koncentrēti.
Jā, es mēģināšu tiešām ļoti ātri, un vissvarīgāko. Labvakar. Mums bija gara diena, un tā, lai atkārtotu, kas tad ir tas nākamais solis, un tā nedaudz savilkt kopā to, ko mēs esam šodien dzirdējuši, un kādus secinājumus mēs varam izvilkt no šodienas. Man liekas, ka šis ir ļoti iedvesmojošs cipars ar to, ka mums darba nepietrūkst, un mums nevajag baidīties no tā, ka tehnoloģijas mūs aizstās, mēs paliksim, un tehnoloģijas attīstīsies, mainīsies, izdzīvos, neizdzīvos. Mēs nezinām, vai AI izdzīvos. Varbūt vienu brīdi mēs vienkārši uzklikšķināsim uz vienu pogu un izslēgsim to AI. Bet mēs, kā cilvēki, mēs paliksim. Mūsu darbs paliks. Kas mainīsies? Mainīsies tie uzdevumi, mūsu ikdiena. Un mēs varam padarīt to ikdienu par skaistu, par patikamu. Un tiešām mēs esam tāda ļoti pozitīvi noskaņotā pret visām tehnoloģijām, kas attīstās, un kādas tehnoloģijas var padarīt mūsu ikdienu skaistāku. Un uzņēmumiem, protams, tās prasmes un tehnoloģijas, uzņēmumi iet kopā ar to tehnoloģiju attīstību, tas palīdz arī prognozēt un skatīties, kādas ir tās prasības no darba tirgus, no uzņēmējdarbības puses, ar kādām prasmēm man ir nepieciešams, kādas prasmes man ir nepieciešams iedot saviem darbiniekiem, lai mans uzņēmums plauktu, lai mana komanda būtu efektīva un lai mēs varētu palielināt apgrozījumus. Un šeit esam mēs, Profesionālās pilnvaras akadēmija, un mūsu mērķis ir tiešām palīdzēt uzņēmumiem līdzsvarot to tehnoloģisko un cilvēcisko, un palīdzēt būt tādiem ceļvedim, kas ved caur šo digitālo transformāciju. Un mēs esam dzirdējuši gan Eiropā, gan pasaulē, gan Latvijā, gan mūsu ikdiena digitāla transformācija. Tas ir process, kas ir strateģiski svarīgs un bez kura mēs vienkārši neiziesim uz otro līmeni, uz nākamo līmeni, un tā, lai mēs varētu izdzīvot, arī par izdzīvošanu turpinot, digitāla transformācija ir tas ceļš, ar kuru iet. Un mēs esam tā komanda, kas var palīdzēt iet cauri šim ceļam, un vairs nav jautājums, vai darīt, vai apgūt digitālas prasmes, vai aizsūtīt savus darbiniekus apgūt šīs digitālas prasmes. Jautājums, kā un ko. Un Eiropas Savienība un Atvesļošanas fonds mums ļoti palīdz ar to, ka viņi ir izveidojuši tādu sarakstu ar 19 galvenajām digitālajām prasmēm, kas šobrīd palīdzēs uzņēmumiem palikt konkurētspējīgiem. Mēs nedaudz vēlāk arī pie tā pieķersimies. Pie tām prasmēm. Bet pēc principa tas finansējuma galvenā būtība ir tas, ka jūs varat apgūt prasmi un apgūt to par tikai daļu no pilnas maksas par kursiem un programmām. Šobrīd tas līdzfinansējums ir atkarīgs no uzņēmuma lieluma. Maziem, vidiem un lieliem uzņēmumiem tas finansējums nedaudz atšķirās, bet laba ziņa ir tas, ka ir atvērti grozījumi ministru kabineta noteikumos, un mēs gaidām, kad būs iespēja arī saņemt pilnībā 100% atmaksu par ieguldīto naudu apmācībās. Un kā tas notiek praktiski? Ko darīt? No sākuma, protams, vajag izvēlēties, kuras prasmes jūs vēlaties apgūt, vai, ja jūs esat uzņēmuma vadītājs, tad kādas prasmes jūs uzskatāt, ka jūsu darbinieki vēlas apgūt. Aizpildīt nepieciešamas dokumentus un caur visu to birokratisku sarežģītu procesu mēs jūs izvedīsim, palīdzēsim, atbalstīsim, lai jūs varētu tikt pie finansējuma un nedomāt par dokumentiem, domāt tikai par tām prasmēm, par to mācību pieredzi un par to skaisto, ko var no šī projekta dabūt. Jā, un tad viena no tādām svarīgām lietām, ka vienmēr ir naudas jautājums, un šeit jums arī būs 2 virzieni, kā jūs vēlaties to finansējumu izmantot. Pirmais virziens ir tas, ka jūs varat iemaksāt, jūsu uzņēmums var iemaksāt no 30 līdz 50% līdzmaksājumu, un jūs vai jūsu darbinieks uzsāk apmācības. Otrais variants, jūs apmaksājat pilnībā to kursu, veiksmīgi absolvēt, un tad jums tiek atgriezta tā līdzfinansējuma summa. Jā, un valodas jau juk, ļoti svarīga daļa no šī birokratiska procesa, kas varbūt nav tik ļoti interesants, bet jums būs iespēja iziet cauri digitāla brieduma testam. Un šis tests paradīs arī tāds kā ceļvedis, kā navigācija, kāda šobrīd ir situācija ar jūsu uzņēmumu, kāds ir tas digitalizācijas līmenis, kādas ir vajadzības. Un tas arī jums palīdzēs orientēties, un skaistums ir tajā, ka jūs vienu reizi to testu varat iziet, un tad jūs veidojat savu stratēģijas plānu, un tad visi darbinieki, kas pēc tam no jūsu uzņēmuma nākas mācīties, viņi var izmantot vienu un to pašu testu, jo tas ir par tieši uzņēmuma gatavību un uzņēmuma situāciju digitālajā transformācijā. Jā, un tad pēdējā aktivitāte šodien. Es palūkšu visus noskanēt šo QR kodu, arī tos, kas ir tiešsaistē ar mums, un aizpildīt formu, kur jūs atradīsiet tās 19 prasmes. Mums svarīgi no jums sadzirdēt, kādas tad jums ir prioritātes, ko jūs šobrīd savā uzņēmuma vai savā profesionālā ikdiena redzat par tām prasmēm, kas pietrūkst, vai par tām prasmēm, kas jūs interesē. Un tad viens no pēdējiem jautājumiem arī būs neliela tāda atgriezniska saite par šo dienu, par šo konferenci, un par to mēs arī būsim ļoti pateicīgi, ja jums sadzirdēt, saklausīt no jums, kā jums patika. Jā, es domāju, ka mēs varam iedot 2 minūtes, tā lai cilvēki mierīgi varētu iziet cauri. Tad mēs būsim priecīgi jūs redzat pie mums uz konsultāciju tieši, lai izrunātu par jūsu uzņēmuma situāciju, tieši par jūsu uzņēmuma vēlmēm. Un šis projekts ir fantastisks ar to, ka mums ir iespēja piedāvāt jums tādu individuālu piegājienu, kas kas tiešām ir tāda liela pievienota vērtība, jo, ja jūs apgūstat kursus, pieņemsim, kursēra vai kaut kā atsevišķi bez stratēģijas plāna, tad jūs saņemsiet varbūt tās prasmes, jautājums vai prasmju līmenī vai zināšanu līmenī, bet pēc tam jums būs nepieciešams laiks, lai saprastu, kā to tad pielietot mana uzņēmuma situācija, kā tas strateģiski iet kopā ar manu uzņēmuma stratēģiju. Tāpēc, jā, gaidam pie mums uz kafiju, uz sarunu. Mēs šobrīd atrodamies Kalpaka bulvārī, bet noteikti jūs arī redzējat visu komunikāciju mūsu kontaktus, tā kā būsim priecīgi satikties vēl uz, tā teikt, one-to-one tikšanos. Paldies!
Tiešām liels paldies! Paldies Annai Bausovai, Latvijas Universitātes profesionālās pilnveidas akadēmijas ekspertei, un liels paldies visiem runātājiem, un vislielākais paldies jums visi, kuri gan bija šeit klāt, tiešraidē klātienē, gan joprojām ir šeit klāt, un tas tikai apliecina to, ka jums bija svarīgi šeit būt saturiski, un paldies arī Eiropas komisijai un ekonomikas ministrijai, atbalstot gan visu šīs iniciatīvas, par ko nu pat runājām, gan arī vispār šī pasākuma norisi, un paldies arī čaklajiem kolēģiem un skudriņām, kas nodrošināja šī pasākuma norisi. Jā, nu, es novēlu katram no sevis kļūt par to ģenerāli, ko mēs dzirdējām pieminam, par to AI ģenerāli, labāku, sliktāku, lielāku, mazāku, bet katrā ziņā kontrolēt to situāciju, kas jums apkārt notiek, un to vadīt, un sekmīgi un gudri vadīt. Vēl mazas dažas tehniskas piebildes, ja kādam vēl ir kaut kur šis austiņu uztvērējis vai aparāts aizķēries, neaizmirstam to atdot pie šī galdiņa, un tā dāma, kur ir pazaudējusi vienu, es teiktu, bordo vai sarkanu auskariņu, tas arī tur pie šī galdiņa ir, tā kā, ja nu pēkšņi kādai, ja. Liels paldies! Ļoti svarīga sastāvdaļa. Dažam varbūt tā izrādīsies vissvarīgākā, notiks tūdaļ tur aiz durvīm. Tā būs maza tīklošanās, kur jūs varat izrunāties vēl savā starpā, aprunāties ar rīkotājiem vai ekspertiem, kas šodien bija klāt. Noteikti vēl kāds gardumiņš tur arī ir aizķēries. Droši to izmantojiet. Un tad arī vēlāk kaut kad tuvākajās minūtēs droši vien 5 laimīgie saņems to izziņu par kādu mazu balviņu pēc tam, kad jūs aizpildījāt šo formu visi. Lai jums labs vakars, atejam nost no visiem ekrāniem un līdz citai reizei. Paldies!